go. We have a stream up and running. Let's see here. Invisible, the filter might be a little bit too harsh when I'm not wearing my headphones. Well, let's see if I can fix that a little bit. Lower the threshold a little bit. Better visible. Hello, hello. Do that. That's a lot better. You can actually see my face. But that might be worse for you guys. I don't know. Welcome to the Sunday stream. We are playing some Satisfactory today. I can say immediately that I am so tired. I have had one of those nights where I slept. So you know you wake up and there's like, it feels like you haven't. Like it feels like you haven't had any rest. That's kind of how I slept last night. Yeah. Let me see here. Where do we want to start? Either way, I'm going to load up the world. Let's get that going. Boop, boop, boop-a-doo. I see some people popping up in chat. Thank you so much for being here. How's your Sunday going? How's your weekend been? My weekend has been stuck in Satisfactory Modeler, planning power generation and trying to make that make sense. Which it stops doing in phase 5, 100%. Where the Fixonium power generation just net negatives. Which is hilarious. When you end up building a power generation setup that costs you more energy than it produces. They have not figured out fusion. Alright. My Sunday is kinda shit, my car burned down. What? Welcome to chat, Cyborg King, and that is a hell of a note to enter on. Holy crap. An electric car from the neighbor caught fire and burned mine with it. Ah. And, like, is there some way that insurance will save you, or are you just screwed, like... Or it's too early to tell? Generally, like, either way, sucks. That's wild. Alright. I need to make a little bit of space here. I think I need to remove... yeah, his insurance will cover it. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's good, at least you have some level of, like, compensation for it. Because if you had to, like, compensate all of that from your own pocket, that would suck even harder. You bought the car 2 months ago. Oh, God. Oh, man. It almost sounds intentional at that point, right? Very much a fuck your car in particular kind of situation. Okay, let's see if we can get this going. As horrible. We just don't have a car. We live in the center of the city, like, there's no use for a car here. Worse, it was even my dream car. Oh my god. There are not many of them left. What kind of car was it? I don't know much about cars, but I might recognize some stuff. See if I can get some of this going here. 1969 Dodge Charger. Oh, damn. Dodge Charger. Isn't that the car that was in Dukes of Hazzard, or am I remembering that wrong? And I'll be clear, the only reason I would know that is because one of my favorite shows is Smallville, and John Schneider, who played Jonathan Kent, was one of the brothers in Dukes of Hazzard. That's the same one, yeah. That's the only reason I would know. It's because I love watching Smallville. Alright, let's see if we can get a somewhat decent connection over here. No, let's go from the other direction. Boom. That would need to be from there. And then there. And there. So these guys have to go to. Okay. They drive the same car in Angry. I don't think I've seen the movie. I think I have, like, maybe seen some clips on like Instagram or YouTube or Facebook or something like that, like years ago. But I do know the Dukes of Hazzard car. Like, I've seen some clips from there as well. Like, it's kind of like those inevitable to, like, you will see something from those shows at some point. This will be there. And then we will have that. Oop. Then we will have that. And connect you up. Perfect. Alright, and then going there, you need to also be able to turn this direction. You need to also be able to turn or receive from that direction. And then, of course, people need to be able to go straight across. Simple little T-junction there. I realized that this place was getting overwhelmed by a lot of the trains, so now I'm putting up stuff there. Let's see. Block signals. Coming out. You need block signal. Block signal. Immediately used. Okay, perfect. And then on the way in, we need path signals. Path signal number 1. Path signal number... Eh? I put that too far back. Block signal. There. Boom. Okay, the box signal needs to be on the sign. Okay, okay. Fine. I'll accept it. Path signal. And then we need a path signal here. And now it is up and running again. Perfetto. Let's just get there. And get you. Can't be bothered. I just need a bunch of them. There. But yeah, like it's. So before, at least you're gonna get some cash back or like a replacement car or something from the insurance. So that's good. Right, that reassigns 2 trains, making it a lot easier. And let's see, I have also, since last stream, done this over here, where I have set up a humongous train, this one. And that one brings in 13 different nodes. Yeah, the car you get back is a piece of shit. Yeah, well, it's not going to be a Dodge Charger. But yeah. Let's see. I have basically taken in a bunch of limestone. The copper that we were looking at last stream. And Caterium we were looking at last stream. And more iron. And more copper that was available because like the nodes were here. And these foundations are basically placeholders that will be replaced when we are doing the detailing of all of this. There we go. Yeah, like something that I'm just guessing, Dodge Charger, I'm assuming you live in the US, since it's an American muscle car. Saw a video. I don't know why I watched it. I'm Swedish, I'm from Sweden, I live in Sweden, I have nothing to do with the American insurance company. Man, every time I look at your world, I just sit there, staring in mine and lose hope, lol. I'm from the Netherlands, okay. Something that I learned, it might be relevant, I don't know, is that a lot of insurance companies is that they look at, when they're looking at replacing things because of insurance, like it has to do with function. So if you have, like, example that I saw was a toaster. Sun trains, yes. And I have my new big one over here. So the example that I saw was with a toaster. So if you have a toaster that breaks and you write to the insurer that the toaster could toast bread, you will get the cheapest thing they can find that has that function. But if you have a toaster that can toast 8 slices of bread at the same time and blah blah blah, like all that kind of stuff. I don't know how mine works, but it was worth 80 grand and I got 3k back. Yeah, because and if it works in any way similar to the US, You have a kind of similar here. Hello, Mr. Blade. Huge fan of your logistics series. Glad to see you build live. Yeah. Welcome to the check. What's that? Das LP5. And yeah, like, but if you had written like in the insurance thing for the car that you had like a car that can fly, like they were gonna get you the equivalent value of the cheapest car they can find that has the function of flying, which I would assume is pretty freaking expensive, which means you would get more money as a replacement kind of thing, because they're looking to replace the utility of the car, not the worth of the car, essentially. A Swede of all nationalities. A Swede is the first to pronounce it right on first reading. Yeah, I do my best. I mean, I have German heritage, so I've spoken some German and heard a lot of German growing up. So I do automatically German if the name starts with das. Das. Oh. But yeah. Let's see. And you also said, every time I look at your world, I sit there staring at mine and lose hope. Yeah. That's also why I keep repeating in every single like bigger tips video I have. Don't compare to people who can spend thousands of hours playing the game. Also, I hit a wall with playing the game where I felt like I didn't have a technical improvements left to do at that point in time. So I started looking at the visual, like what can I do to still get better at the game. So I started looking at design, I started looking at the more visual stuff. A lot of like Kylo builds videos, a lot of Total Eclipses videos and stuff like that. I started learning. And I also learned a lot from watching Hermitcraft, Minecraft players. Like B-Dubs and Tango and like Gemini Tay, Pearlescent Moon, Rian. Like a lot of them are so insanely good at building that I learned a lot about like the theory of the visual designs and stuff. That does a lot. But yeah, like what we're doing today is we are getting our quartz, and our quartz is gonna come from in here. Bits is also a very good one. Yeah, the thing is that while Bits is amazing at the visual, he doesn't really showcase what he's done with it. He very much focuses on the progression of the game, which is like fine and everything. But unless you are watching him playing in streams, you're not really gonna get the nuance of like, okay, this is how you play to achieve this visual element and this visual element and whatever. It tends to be that like his stream is like howling at him like, hey, dude, you missed telling us about this thing. That's the only time you get to see it. Very good advice, by the way. I have a twofold question regarding how you do trains, so I see how people do it. Do you build separate factories, ingot plates, screw, reinforced plate, etc., or do you build factories with production goals from first principle? Because as of yet, I'm doing the latter. My factory for Phase 4 Space Elevator had several ore trains enter and produced everything on site. But now it starts to get tough to get this all under. So for aluminium, I'm thinking about making the ladder. I think it very much has to do, like, I'm very intuitive when I decide what to do and like how to go about my building. So if I'm feeling like a location is getting messy in my head, I look to start building in a new location. Tough to get this all under one roof, yeah. So one of the reasons why I made Mournrock so damn big was specifically so that I could do that. I could build in multiple different locations without losing sight of like seeing stuff. I wanted to have like a visual clarity to it that I wasn't able to get before in smaller places. So I basically made like, okay, if I take up the entire coast here, I should be able to fit everything, right? So if we look out here, I have basically set up collection trains. So now this train is coming in. I've named this very funny. This is the Bad Dragon train. Google that if you want to know what it is, because if I show it, it's going to be TOS. But yeah, the basically I bring in all of the raw resources, all of the parts and everything that I'm really hope we get many too many train networks one day. Yeah. Yeah, that train can carry a load. Yeah, that's exactly why. Like, it's a massive train that can carry a load. Like it's 13 train cars. And this is bringing in a ton of like iron, limestone, copper, caterium, and everything. And I'm basically just dumping it into sinks right now, so that I don't have to bother with like things getting backed up or anything like that. I'm also getting a ton of tickets because of it. So I have 140 printable tickets specifically. And then when I'm building, I have a plan. So if I open up that plan, I can get that up here so you guys can see that as well. And once again, I'm building very intuitively. I plan very intuitively as well. So this is the plan for Mournrock. There we go. If we look here, I know how much I'm gonna bring in, so this one is done. So I know that I need this, at least this much resources. Like I'm overkilling it on all of these. That one is also done. And I've brought in some of the caterium. I've brought in 480 so far. So we need some more. But basically, by having this plan, I basically know what I want out of this entire mega factory, which is here. Parts per minute. I want all of this stuff. How do you handle your ore loading locations? Overflow to sink or backing up? I let it back up on the loading locations. Most of the time, my trains are 100% effective. So there will be a 100% transfer rate of what you're getting out of the nodes. And that is because I sync at the delivery. And I'm using buffers on both the load and the unload. So you will always have a container making sure that the miner can keep going. But yeah, by having this goal, right, I know that I need to reach, like, this is what I need to produce. Is there a way to calculate the transfer rate of the train beforehand? Not really. Like, you can, there's a little bit of math to it. It's like total travel time divided by like mining per minute. It's on the wiki, there's a formula for it. But there is a formula for calculating that, but I basically never use it. The way that I do it is basically I let it run for a little bit. I set it up and I let it run, and then I go in and let's grab a station that's not blocked here. You see here 353 items per minute, and this is limestone Which is correct, because like the node is giving me 300 per minute. So there is still a bit of a overflow, like a load backing up over there. But once that's leveled out and this starts calculating properly, that's going to be 300. If we look at one that has been running for a lot longer, like, and look at this one, this is 300 per minute. That's what the node has. So that's perfect, right? If that was like half, or if that was just lower, yes, exactly. Tutorial, train, throughput. What Let's Build put there. No worries about interrogating. Like, I love doing this kind of stuff live on stream, so I love doing this. But if this was lower than the 300 that the node has, I would basically check, and I would go to the node. Let's see, this would be... Which one is this? Raw in 2. So that station is collecting... I'm trying to remember which stations go to which collection place. That one comes from over here. Yeah. So basically what I would do is I would check here if it's lower. So I would first go and check and see here. Is this like not filling up like enough? Is it not actually like... or the other way around, it's getting backed up, it's not picking up fast enough, then I know, put in another train. As long as I know that this isn't backing up, it's fine. The second I see that these fill faster than I'm delivering it, you need another train, you need one more train. Or you take, like, and split this on 2 of these instead. Or 2 of the freight stations instead. But if it showed 50 already, even with backup, I need another train. Yeah. Or, and this is important, because the trains are, like, when they pause the stations. They're no longer receiving or delivering anything anymore. When that happens, and the fastest thing that happens there is about 25 seconds of a process. When that happens, there's 25 seconds that you need to account for where you're having no throughput, right? So what can happen if you are like on the brink and if you don't have buffers is that your miners will stop. Or the other way around, if you don't have buffers under the delivery, is that your machines run dry because you only get 75% of the deliverable material. So then the buffers are needed, right? So especially when you're doing sensitive systems like what are they called? Like power generation systems and stuff like that. It's very important to account for that 25 seconds where it is not available, like it stops. You can see here, like it's no longer pushing out any material, right? No matter what's happening. Like even if it's technically delivered already, it's not gonna stop. Gotcha. So for me, example, I have a bauxite mining location doing 240. I load balance it to 4 wagons. I had backup, so it shows about 300 per minute right now. But when the backup is down, I should expect all platforms to show 60 per minute. Yes, exactly. That is essentially what should happen. And if you are not getting that, it might be like if the backup builds up, it's because your train is taking too long to circle around. And those total, because it's 2 stations, right? 50 seconds of wait where you're not getting, like, delivering anything or picking anything up. You need to compensate for those essentially by having like another train, or make the train wait for longer at a station. Like set its wait time a little bit longer in the timetable. So I go in here, I edit this, you change this to an and by clicking it, and then you increase this to like 60 seconds instead, or 90 seconds. So it has a little bit more time to fill up before you go, making sure that there's always like a minute's worth of material waiting for it when it gets back. At least a minute. Stuff like that. So there's a bunch of different things you can do, and a lot of them are trial and error, and comes with experience, essentially. So I basically set up train number 1, go through, check that that one's running, and then I start with the second one, and so on and so forth. Now that I have the routine down, I set up 10 trains, and then I go back and check, okay, is this actually working? And then I fix them one by one. I used the Nilaus approach because I didn't know better, so fully loaded or 600 seconds. Yes, because Nilaus is not playing Satisfactory the way that Satisfactory has been designed to play. Nilaus is playing the way that you would play if you have finite resources. He's playing closer to Factorio or Dyson Sphere program, where you have to consider the finite nature of resource depots. You can't just smack down a miner and now good to go, infinite, we're gonna woohoo. There's an entirely different philosophy to when you have finite resource depots that is closer to my smart factory concept, if you've seen that one, where you have to instead saturate processed resources further down the line. Yeah, the fact that resources are not finite is something I have to get to terms with. Yeah. So one big thing for that is you don't need buffers everywhere. You don't if this was a finite node, I would put up 50 containers around here and just mine that out until it was empty, and then I would remove this to save that little bit of power. Because power uses oil most of the time, or coal, or water, or whatever it is, something that would be a finite resource. So I would run this dry and then leave it, but have all the resources stored up. And then I would put them one step further down the line, and kind of that's Nilaus's way of thinking about things. He's not doing it wrong. In fact, he's one of my absolute favorite YouTubers because he's really good at what he's doing. But he is playing with the Factorio way of thinking, finite resources. If I can just get all the resources out of here, I can process them. Step number 1, tier 1, technology tree level 1, blue tech, red tech, yellow tech, that kind of stuff. So that you can get to the point where I have finished the game. I have completed everything. And Satisfactory doesn't really have that. You can finish the game, right? But that doesn't mean that you've finished the game, because you might not be done with what you were trying to do. And Satisfactory, to a large extent, is unique in that, and I would argue it ends up in the same category of kind of gameplay as Shapes 2. What is your thoughts on water/oil on rails, packaged, fluids, or on site? Okay, gotcha. Thank you. What is your thoughts on water/oil on rails, packaged, fluid, or on site? But the explanation of Nilaus' philosophy is nice. Thanks. I will now revamp my trains. I would honestly, as much as I can, I try to keep the fluids local, so I don't need to use trains. If I have to use trains, I tend to want to package it, because you can package a lot more fluids than you can put in a liquid car, like a tank car. If I remember correctly, it's 1600 cubic meters for a fluid car, but you have, if I remember correctly, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 4, so 32. I think that's 32 times 100, that's 3,200, so that's twice the amount of liquid you can move per car. So it's more power efficient, space efficient, and you don't have to deal with fluid dynamics. I have an oil train fluid right now for my weapons facility, which does not need much, so I didn't care. but that helps me before I built a turbo fuel factory and regret it. Yeah, I would basically move everything physical to where the liquids already are. It's kind of what I have done with my... Let's just do this and do some hyperspeed travel here. Boop, 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 boop. And then let the game catch up. Here. So my turbo fuel facility is quite simplistic. It's basically the liquids are here, so I build it here. Instead, I'm belting in all of the physical resources. You really think so? I don't like it. Like, it doesn't look bad. I just think it's too simple. I'm so used to building these like spread out, or not these spread out, like these vertical facilities over here, like what we have in Clearhaven. Like everything we have here. I'm so used to this kind of build that now when I see this, it's like, okay, I'm not finished yet. But yeah, like instead of moving my liquids, like my liquids travel from the source and up here, from underneath here, right? This is as far as they travel. I didn't need to get them longer, which means that there's less of a risk that I make a mistake and they don't work. So that's essentially what I'm doing that. Why I'm doing that. And then I'm basically bringing it in and processing it, and I'm keeping it as short as possible. Like the liquids, when they are done, they're immediately collected and immediately sent over, and there's not a long travel distance. I just get it over here and finish it so that it is done, and then I collect it in as short distance as possible. I'm moving it over, and I'm doing my weird like experimentation with some visual detailing. Like I turned out to not like the shoestring approach to the manifold, so I'm not going to do that again, but cool, like fun attempt. Instead, where I'm spending the energy and like bringing in things from distance is all the physical stuff. So we're getting all of the sulfur from long ass like belt manifolds. That was inspired by one of the viewers that tended to show up in the streams before, Mystic. I saw that they've moved on to play a lot more Black Desert and Line of stuff again. But yeah, like, you see, like, this stuff, this is fine. I have no problem moving this. There's not going to be, like, flow rate issues with this bus. But if this was liquid, it's like a 50-50 if I have to, like, finick around with liquid systems or not. Also, pro tip, if you are building a turbo fuel factory, go with this. It's a 1-to-1 system. So it makes 18.75 per minute, 100% efficient, and 100% efficient burns 18.75 per minute. So I don't have to make manifolds for my turbo fuel, which lessens the amount of problems that can happen. Like, once again, keeping it as absolutely short as possible. The distance from source to where it is used. And so I set up blueprints for this and just love them. And this is 100. 100. So I get quite good power. Infinite shards. You don't need infinite shards. Like, if you just collect slugs as you walk around the map. I don't have infinite shards yet, but I have, like, I still have a bunch of purple slugs, yellow slugs. The only thing that I have done to make sure that I have enough shards is I summer sloop the slug processing. So I just put in... I sloop my slugs. I have about 100 shards now. Yeah, I sloop them as well. I think the main difference is I love exploration. So I will do, like, if I'm building, let's say, I remember when I was building this, and I was feeling like, okay, I was messing around with the load balancer in here, and I remember I was like, my brain didn't compute anymore. I was like, I like, this is too much for me right now. So I just went out, went like this, no more fly, and now we go shoot things and collect everything I can find, and I will just go this direction until I get bored. And then I will go back and see how much I've gotten, and I pick up everything I could find on the way. And that turned out to be enough to get like 1500, 1600 shards when I slooped it. I also had enough that I've built 4 alien power augmenters. I'm slooping some of my production, and I also have fully like I had that fully upgraded. I fully upgraded my dimensional depot back in phase 2 and everything. Like, once again, can't compare if you're not playing like on the same scale. Like I can sit down and play, okay, I'm gonna do 12 hours today, I'm gonna record a video, edit a video, and then I'm gonna keep playing and prepping for another video. Like, if you're not doing that, if you don't have the ability to sit down and play for 10 hours a day, like play for 80 hours a week, like, it's not realistic to try and achieve the same things in the same time frame either. I basically go out and do this kind of stuff a lot. Now I don't have any ammo left, and that says a lot because I made like 900 shots and I'm out. I've killed a lot of things. But yeah, that's basically what I've done to collect shards, because I know I love using them for my power and for my mining stuff. So I always, from the get-go, get overclocking. Like, before I even start building my first starter factory, I have overclocking unlocked, and get going with like doggos. I go and pick up some of the like hard drives and some of the more advanced materials that I can get from that. It gets such a good kickstart, and then I basically know I'm okay. When I get to the turbo fuel, I know I will want to fully overclock every single one of them, so I am going to pick up every single slug I can find and try not to use them anywhere that I don't need to. Like for miners, I will always put them in miners, for example, but I will not use them for a lot of else, and just save them up, and then of course double them. So yeah, it takes like, but if you have 100 shards, it just means that you've been spending a lot of time building and not a lot of time exploring. I've spent a lot of time exploring. Like in this save, I've probably spent 30 hours out of the almost 400 just exploring. I've done some of that on stream. I was like, let's see if I can gather 100 Mercer Spheres in one stream. Did not go so well, but I got like 50. So I got a ton of slugs. And if you are slug hunting, you should definitely head to Spire Coast. If you go over in this direction, doopy-doo, up here to Spire Coast, what you will find is so many slugs, you will go, okay, they're useless now. The thing is, when I go exploring, I kind of do like all of it, right? So one of the things, when I'm looking for slugs, I do, first of all, I do this. So I let time play, and when it's night, I look for slugs. I look for glowing things. Slugs are incredibly visible during the night. So when you're looking for slugs, oh, there's one. There was one back there, right? Let's see, what more do we have? There's one slug down there. There's one slug down there. There's a slug. There's 1, 2, 3. Like, they are everywhere. And I have harvested here. I've spent hours and hours and hours in the Spire Coast harvesting, and there's just so many more. So many more. There's another blue one, there's another blue one, blue, yellow, blue, purple, blue one over there. The Spire Coast. And like then when it turns day, right? Because you're not gonna see Mercer spheres very clearly in this kind of darkness. They don't tend to pop up the same way that slugs does. So during the night I just look for slugs. And then when it turns morning, when we start seeing here, I basically just go, alright, switching gears. Now we're looking for our Mercer spheres and our summer sloops instead. And if I like run into slugs, I will pick up the slugs, right? So, for example, now I happen to know where a lot of this stuff is. I don't necessarily need an object detector to find a lot of this, but I technically always go with the summer sloop up. This is a strategy that I'm using. I always have the summer sloop selected because that's the rarest thing. And then when I find a summer sloop, I stay in the area. So, for example, I know that there's a summer sloop over here that I haven't picked up. Yep. Somewhere. Is it down? Yep. So there's a slug. Okay, I know I'm looking for a summer sloop, but there's a slug, so I'm gonna pick up the slug too. Oop. So I have a slug. And then I'm gonna keep going. Where do I have my Mercer sphere? Or my, is there an underwater cave maybe? Nope, there is not. So, summer sloop. There is a cave somewhere that is eluding me. So I would go looking for that cave. And at the same time, see what else I can find, right? And if I find slugs, pick up the slugs. If I see a Mercer sphere, I'll pick that up. When I've picked up the summer sloop, I do this. And I go and look around and see if there's any Mercer spheres close by as well. And I can do a little bit of run around. And if I haven't found a Mercer sphere, then I go like this. Are there any power slugs? Let's check. Okay, there's a power slug. Let's go check that out. It's over in that direction. Okay, there, boom. And then I move on to the next summer sloop, because the summer sloops are the most rare thing that you need the most of, right? And this way you kind of clean out the area and don't have to come back unless it's like something super important to you, to like 100% your collection. Boom. Okay, power slugs out. Now I can't see any power slugs. I'm going back to summer sloop. Let's go look for summer sloop. Summer sloop down. Okay, there's a summer sloop somewhere around. Nope. Straight down, okay. And where would that be? There's a summer sloop somewhere around here. Let's see. So basically that's what I would be doing. Back and forth. Until I have what I want. Like in terms of numbers. What I need to unlock whatever or to build whatever. And sometimes that can be like a bit time consuming, but that's the efficient way that I look for stuff. Which has lent me to having like, I have over 100 Mercer spheres available. I have 17 summer sloops. I think I have another 10 that is used in some kind of production amplification right now. So 27 summer sloops. I have probably overclocked. So I probably have like a 2,000 shards out in my machine somewhere in the world. And then I have another like 700 or 800 produced. And then I have 107 blue power slugs, 100 yellow power slugs, and 65 purple power slugs. Simply because I've been doing that. And then when I get a little bit burnt out, I start over. Okay, I don't want to look for shit anymore. What do I want to build? I have 15 different projects I can work on. Which one sounds the most inspired Like, which one am I most inspired to do right now? And like, it takes a little bit getting used to. And here's also a thing: if you don't like doing the exploration, if that is not a fun part of the game to you, I don't see a reason why you would play that part. I would 100% endorse just go nuts, get the pack utility mods, and just type in / give item name and how many of them you want. Give yourself 2,000 Mercer Spheres, give yourself 2,000 Summer Sloops and 2,000 Purple Power Slugs. Done. Then you can skip that entire part and you can just go nuts with the rest of the stuff that you actually enjoy doing, right? Because like I 100% support play the game that you enjoy. And if there's gameplay in the game that you don't enjoy, that you thoroughly dread, and you will not do it because you don't like it, you will rather stop playing the game than do it. Just skip that. Using mods, using advanced game settings, whatever you need. Just skip it. That's all I can say. Now, I enjoy exploration, so I don't. I will just go through it and have fun and find what I need. And then something that I will skip, for example, is the early game having to put down the lookout towers to build properly and blah blah. I hate it. Like, I just get a headache from trying to sort like visually where I am and what I'm doing. I would rather have a mod that gives me an early game hover pack or pack utility mods and use flight mode, whatever it is. I would rather use that because I don't like the early game of not being able to see what you're doing. That's not fun gameplay to me. That's just annoying. And that's a personal thing, right? So I modify the game so that it's enjoyable for me. Now, where were we? We were bringing up quartz. And that's in here. And we need to get rid of you guys. Boom. More spiders. Hi, spiders. I'll get you, I'll get you, I'll get you, I'll reload. Get rid of some stone. Because I'm gonna run a railway around here and I don't want it to clip through the stone. Go. Get rid of you. What spider? I just see kittens. Yeah. They're doing their thing. But they can just not do the thing in my cave that I have laid claim to now. Because I'm gonna run a quartz train from here. And I have a visual idea for designing this, which is I want to make like Necron catacombs. So what I'm gonna do is kind of make like a green portal here. Or like here somewhere. Like I will make a green portal where the trains are like coming out of that portal. I said kaboom. Thank you. Yeah, let's see. Just making sure that I'm not missing anything in chat. You can go bye-bye. Okay, you cannot go bye-bye. Oh, so we have a few thingies here that we want to collect. Right. We also want the space. Yeah, okay, there's more of the stuff we want to collect. Ooh, slug. Hello, BGM. Came to support your channel, Jack. Hello once more. Hello, hello. And I am happy to have you here. Welcome so much to the chat. Today we are building cave trains. And I keep pressing the wrong buttons. My brain is so fried today that I had problems literally, like, BJ's fine? Yeah. My brain is so fried that I couldn't calculate 7 plus 4 in my head before. You can catch that. Thank you. My brain is cuckoo. It's just what it is. And now I need to put a train station here. Concrete? See if I can get this somewhat lined up. We don't need it to align with the world grid here. I just need it to, like, somewhat make sense. And a train station takes up 5 foundations. So I need to account for that. Doop-a-doop. I also love the emphasis on play the game you enjoy. I come from an engineering background and find great pleasure and derive great fun out of using planning tools like Satisfactory tools or looking up optimal radar tower placements or the optimal alt recipes. I love this. My friend whom I play a world with, Phase 2, sees this as too much cheating because he enjoys figuring it all out. Yeah, and those are personal preferences. It just means that he's not looking at those tools, but you are. And like having played with others as well that same way, something that I learned from that was that I tend to then also be the one planning all the factories. I just don't tell them the plans until they ask. So they basically just look up and go, okay, we need to make a coal power plant. And I just go, yep. And then we basically divide the tasks like, hey, are you going to build the power plant or am I going to build a power plant? If I'm going to build a power plant, I just build according to the plan. If they're going to build a power plant, they can like build however they want. And then if they need help, they can ask. That's how I resolve that difference in style. But it also tends to be that the deeper problem solving and when problems actually arise tends to end up in my lab. Not that I mind. I mean, I started a YouTube channel, like literally helping people figure this stuff out, so it would be weird if I didn't enjoy that. But yeah, it can become annoying if you are not there for that reason, kind of, like, if that makes sense. Like, if you are there to be social or whatever, and they're using you as a Wikipedia instead. Let's see, I need... I think like that. I think I need to move it one step in like that. And then to there. Boom. Move you back one step. And then I need the transport train station. I'm gonna do a push and pull train for this one. So if I do like this, put you there. You're not gonna clip into anything, are you? And this is gonna be the it's just gonna be called Deep Catacombs. Catacombs. So, just asking here. There's a few people in chat, so I'm just checking in. Are you having a good time? And how has your Sunday been? How's your weekend been? We had someone who came in and said that their car had burnt up, which sucks. So, I'm very curious to see how other people have had it. Boom, and then we're going to have a empty one for the last. There we go. But yeah, a lot of what I'm doing is intuitive because I know the ratios and I know the game well enough that I don't necessarily need to plan anything in phase 1 and phase 2. And most of phase 3 I don't necessarily need plans. I have them so that right now I have them so that my viewers and like people asking me streams and stuff can ask, hey, what's going on, and I can show here's the plan so that they can look at that and go like, ah, okay, now I understand what you're doing, so they can follow along a lot better. But the first time I finished the game, no plans. Not because I wanted to figure it out. I didn't know that they existed. I didn't know that the tools existed. So, I just eyeballed the entire game pretty much. I did finish the game in creative, so I didn't make it no cost or anything like that, but I made it so that what's it called? How do we even put it? I think I did make it so I couldn't die. I could fly. And I think no, I didn't start with anything unlocked. But yeah, I basically, I knew that mods existed, and I used Pack Utility mod and Sky UI. Other than that, I didn't use any mods, and I only made myself able to fly and immortal. No, I think I removed build cost. So I could build buildables for free. Because my idea was like, let me just play through the game without having to care about that stuff. And then when I've done that once, and because I realized the easiest way to understand the entire game is to finish it so you know, like you have a sense for how big factories needs to be and like all that kind of stuff. Then I can know what the game demands. And then I went back after that and started over and started playing like full vanilla like style. Let's see here. I can do this. trying to make sure that I can use the stones as kind of like a platform to level it out without it clipping through a bunch of stuff. But it doesn't always work out. So when that happens, you gotta look what it looked like. We're building on ground. Right now, the important thing is just having the railway running. Also, we're not gonna see this cave again. We're grabbing all the resources in here now, so we don't need to come back. But one thing that I can give as a tip, when you're playing with rails and you're building them on the ground, instead of trying to go for, okay, I want to go here, and you can see that it starts clipping. When it starts clipping like this, move back to the highest point of that clipping, and that's where you place. First play was Virgin, now I'm starting to think about mods, still hesitant over the feeling of cheating. I think that the cheating happens when or you can apply a overarching view of like what is cheating, what is not, when you are in a competitive environment. Like if you are playing Counter-Strike and you're using aimbots, you're cheating. But if you're playing a solo, like a single player game, with no competitive ranking or anything like that, the only way you're cheating yourself is if you are optimizing away the enjoyment of the game. If you are adding in mods that makes the game challenges like trivialized to the point where you finish the game in 2 hours, then yeah, and you're not having any fun, and you're like, yeah, well, I stopped being fun, so I started a new world. Yes, now you're cheating. You're cheating yourself of the fun. Like that's what happened. That's what's happening. Otherwise, otherwise you can't really cheat in a game like Satisfactory, unless you're like a speedrunner. Like if you're doing the dream thing and like cheating to get the Ender Pearls or whatever to make that record time, and you're putting that on a competitive board, yeah, you're cheating, and that's not good. Like you are cheapening the competition, kind of thing. Yeah, solo. I prefer finding mods that are quality of life to reduce stress of repetitive motions. Yeah, one of the reasons why my mod list looks the way it does is like I made it the way I have specifically to reduce the stress of how do I even put that? Of the time consumption in monotonous tasks that they are not challenging. They are not part of the, for me personally, the how do I even put that's Helpify said, like even in the dream thing, the cheating was putting that up on a time on a leaderboard. Playing with that, no one gives a flip. Exactly, right? It's all about you and what you enjoy, right? And as long as you're not in like robbing yourself of the enjoyment, I don't, like, in my opinion, you can't cheat. And if you feel like someone might judge you, that, like, something that you need to deal with, but it's the people judging you, it's their problem, not yours. Yeah, I recently modded a game adjusting the game code to make it easier because it was way too hard for me and there was no way to adjust difficulty and I wasn't having fun anymore, but just wanted to see the last levels. Yeah. Once again, like, as long as that's not going up on a leaderboard, unless you are, like, claiming to be the end-all, be-all, mega pro of that game because of finishing it, right? As long as you're not doing that, it's not cheating. That's just you making sure that you can enjoy your experience and have fun when you're playing. Alright, let's see if I can do this. I want this to go here to here. Let's count there. It would need to be there. Smooth. Boom. Smooth curve. And then we need to bring you down again. Once again, we do a smooth curve. We go out 5. The smoothest curve. Boom. Yeah, like, let me bring up my mod list for this. Right? So this is what I use for content creation. Infinite Zoop. Why would I spend 5 hours building platforms to build stuff on when I could spend 5 minutes and then spend 3 hours and 55 minutes making a video? And yeah, welcome to the chat, let's build, and welcome back again, Cyborg King. And yeah, Infinite Nudge, the level of detail control you have plus vertical nudging is something that should be a vanilla feature. 100%. Like, Coffee Stain is trying to figure out how to make the game work on controllers. I understand that. They have way less buttons. I understand that. But we still need vertical nudging somehow in the game. As a build mode, like, lock the thing, change build mode while locked from horizontal to vertical nudging. Done. Something like that. I don't know. But yeah. Faster manual crafting. I've played the beginning of the game I don't know how many hundreds of times at this point. Why would I be like still manually crafting things the slowest possible way that I can when I start a new world? I'm going to be using faster manual crafting. Manual crafting is a annoyance at this point. It is not a problem for me to overcome so that I can feel accomplished. No, that's when I'm building nuclear power, right? Sky UI, I need to be able to control the time of day and everything for my content creation. Pack utility mod, I want flight mode. Pack utilities flight mode, not the advanced game features flight mode. I hate the game like advanced game features flight mode. It's not as good as the pack utility mod one. This sign up is, once again, should be a vanilla feature. Just arrows on the hologram showing which side is up on a sign, so that you don't stop placing them upside down. Mostly lurking because I'm working on my own project to keep track of my in-game productions and cities. Nice. You're still going with that. I hate the new labels when you unlock new things in the game, and you have these like new. Like none of these things are new. I've seen them 50 times already. I would love if that was just a vanilla thing in the options, but no. And then let's see. And the invisible flying manta. Like, I love the atmosphere of the flying manta, but it limits build height. You're still missing construction preferences. Which one is that? Thanks for the train help. I now made the discussed adjustment. Now it is slowly coming to 60 per wagon. Perfect. It can take a while, when you're doing like that kind of adjustment, I think the rational, like this is how long it's gonna take, tends to be around 45 minutes. And let's train station. If there is a train station here, I would need to be 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Boom. It was about 30 minutes, but the round trip is max 2 minutes and the ore gets fully synced still. And there's nothing backing up, because if you have nothing backing up and everything has time to get sunk, it means that you are being able to deliver everything from those nodes or that node to your factory. The one where you can build smaller lifts without snapping and auto-remove conveyor poles after placing a belt to reduce objects. Oh, yeah. Also enables placing Mark II power poles when using power lines instead of default Mark I. Okay, yeah, that would be nice. Maybe that's something to look at then. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we need our... No, wait, that was supposed to be an empty one as well. Empty. And then we do this. And this train station is not Skövde, home of Coffee Stain Studios. This is Catacombs Delivery. Now, I need to power this, but I can't just grab power pole from over here. I need to grab specific power. Where did I do that from over here? That wouldn't be correct either. I am going to just do this. That was the wrong. Here. To power this stuff, I've gone from here. But that is not correct. That is incorrect. I need to... Okay. This is gonna crash all of my trains. Nothing is gonna work anymore. No, wait. Let's be smart. Rail network main switch. Needs to be... Where would that need to be? Just thinking where I kind of want to line it up where I have my main power grid going past. It's probably going to be over... here where the northern outpost is. I only have one bauxite miner at 240 per minute, so if I receive 250 at factory, I assume that's rounding error and the rest at full efficiency. Partly that, and partly it's still dealing with some... Like, it's still counting average over the last, like, 15 minutes of running, or something like that. So it's still not the best. Let's see, what are you? Northern Forest Miner. Yeah. I also need a second one. Here. I need a second priority power switch, which is going to go to you. And Clearhaven, Mournrock, rail network main switch. You need to be the let's call you fuse instead so it doesn't conflict. And I'm putting you there, turning you on. Right, and then I'm going to be bringing you also up here to the same. Not even in there, I'm gonna need to go up. We are doing this, bring you. Wait. Okay, station is over there. Yep. Okay, so from there, go to the other end, and go down here. Do. And then we can go up here. That is correct. And over in here. Connect you up. There. Gotta leave shortly, but if you were so kind, could you show me your train station names? And train names, like how you systemize that. Like, right now, this is for transferring parts. I name that because because they're transferring more than one part. If I am moving a single part with a train, I always name them what they're moving. So this is plastic train 1, this is rubber train 1. And then I have notes. I have this. So I have Notepad, where I know that the rubber train 1 can move a maximum of 2,040 rubber, and plastic train can move 2,400 plastic per minute, maximum. And then I will note down, if I'm building a factory that uses train 1, plastic train 1, it's using, say, 600 plastic for a factory. Then I note that down, that I only have 1,800 plastic left on that train to use for other factories, and so on and so forth. For the stations, I am very, like, I just name it what they are, where they are, what they're moving out, or like what kind of thing it is. So North Outpost is like outside of any base or city or anything like that. Like Rocky Outpost, North Outpost, like Northern Forest, Rocky Desert. It's an outpost, it's collecting resources. And then it's like, where are they going, right? So all of these, they send rubber out, plastic out, so they are named specifically that, because that's all they're doing. Raw out, raw resources being sent somewhere. Limestone in, it only receives limestone, so I'm gonna name it limestone, and it's being received. I'm keeping it very simple like that. But if I have trains that go to multiple stations, or can go to multiple stations, like the plastic and rubber trains, or whatever, or it's the same, if I have a station called just plastic in 1, I also kind of want to know where that is. So I always add in like Mournrock, plastic in. If I have another station in Mournrock, I would rename this to 1, and then I would name the other one Mournrock Plastic in 2. Kind of like that. To keep it very simple. And then, of course, we have the Bad Dragon train. And right now, what I did right now was make sure to separate the power logistics, because right now the power logistics of the train network was tied to the power logistics of the plastic factory, which I don't want. So if the plastic factory has to be turned off, the trains would also be turned off. I don't want that. So that is something that I fixed now with this. To make sure that they don't overlap. They're going from the main power line of the world instead. So now power has to be shut off in the world for this to fail. And there. Let me see. There's probably more under here. Yep. You can go. Bye. There we go. There's a lot to think about, but I think the easiest way to make sense of it and to not overwhelm yourself is try to not have all of it in your head at the same time. Write things down. Writing things down is one of the best ways to make the game chill. When you try to keep it in your head, it gets overwhelming like this. It takes 2 seconds and then you lose track of one number and you're screwed and you spend 20 minutes trying to figure that out again, and that's incredibly stressful. I don't need to do that. I'm fine. Because I write everything down. I'll make a little bit of a note. I can put up a sign in the world. One of the places where I have forgotten to do that, where I am going to have to bite in the Swedish expression, bit i det sura äpplet. I do that, and that helped tremendously. Thanks. No problem. I've forgotten to note down how much I'm getting from each node on the different stations, which I normally put on the containers. I've completely forgotten to do that. So I will have to bite in the sour apple. Bit i det sura äpplet is a Swedish expression. And go through and check every single node and mark down on every single container how much I'm getting. It's gonna be fun. So that they are easily, like, I should be able to see that easily. I shouldn't have to go into the train or train station, freight station, yeah, to see that. Now let's see. We are delivering here. Still don't know what we are delivering for each station, so we'll have to wait a little bit. But what I do know is we have 3 nodes of quartz in there, 2 pure and a normal. And we have 1 normal SAM node, I think, or it's a pure SAM node, I don't remember, or impure, like, I don't know, but I know there's a SAM node. We're not leaving that SAM in there. We're gonna be using that for our alien technology escapades later down the line. And then we need to sync you guys. Two, 3, 4. Then we do 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. Boom. Done. Just need to connect you up to power. There, now you have power. Now you need a belt here. Yeah. It's almost as if I know how to play the game. At least a little bit. I mean, I can't compete with some of the people you see out there. They are insane. I am by no means the best at the game or anything like that. Not even by a long shot. But I got a couple of 1,000 hours. I know what I'm doing. I thought I had, but I don't know how feasible that is. After watching your logistics series, do you think you could make a world where every ore first gets moved to a single location and then distributed into a massive, like, I don't know, 4 by 16 or 832 trains for their respective factories. Of course you can do that. And I think that would be a cool thing. Something to keep in mind, and this is an important note. Building the logistics, like literally just building the train lines, building the conveyor buses, building like that kind of stuff has to be more fun for you than it is building the factory and making the machine make things. Because if it is making the machine make things that it makes the game fun to you, building that kind of system is going to be incredibly frustrating to you. That's all I can say. Because you're going to feel like you never get to build the factories. You never get to do the fun stuff. But if building the trains and building the conveyor belts and the buses and the balancing and like whatever. I have 2 kids, man. This is something I love as a thought experiment. I'm glad if I can play 10 hours a week. 10 hours a week can definitely do. The balancers are a love. 10 hours a week is definitely something you can do this with. It's just that it would be your primary goal with that save. That's it. Like, to finish a single save takes on average 150 hours, according to Coffee Stain Studios, and their like statistics on people playing the game. It takes about 150 hours. However, there's a big asterisk to that. What to you does finishing the game mean? If your project is building resources, like pulling all the resources to one central location, if that is like your goal with the save, awesome, perfectly fine. I need to redo this. I have another plan for this, and it's perfectly viable as a thing you do in that save, like the only thing you do in that save. But if you expect to do this in 50 hours, that's not going to be the case. You're probably going to be spending like 150 hours building that system. And I think that for a lot of people, there has become like this equal sign. Like they go like good at game equal being time efficient and fast. And even more so, there is like an additional step to this, where being good at game equals game is fun. That's not the case. I play plenty of games with my friends where I absolutely suck. Or by myself, where I absolutely suck, but the game is fun. Me being good at the game has nothing to do with whether or not the game is fun. Also, time efficiency and being fast does not equal being good at the game. If you're competing at a game, it's having better score, like ranking higher, right? If you're playing a solo game, being good at the game means that you're able to draw more enjoyment out of the game. That is how you're good at the game. Have more fun. The more fun you have at the game, the better you are at it. Not the other way around. It's not the better you are at the game, the more fun you have. And I think a lot of people get that wrong. And I think it becomes a source of stress for people. Because they feel like, if I can't do this in 50 hours, this is not a project that I should start. It's not one project. It's 200 small ones. right? Even if you do like, okay, I'm gonna start with, let's say that you center this, right? So center of the map, you would build that around here, right? If you center everything around here, on top of the red forest, right? Hide the menu here. So on top of the red forest here, you are building your massive like collection area. That is one project, and that project probably has 5-6 smaller projects within it. And then you need a smaller like section of like a central biome level like collection point for each biome, where you are collecting all the different things from the different biomes all over the place, and then bringing it over like to that central point from those points. And then you're building factories, right? So then you have to decide on where your factories are gonna go, and that's also projects, right? But here's the thing. If all you do is build the central collection place, and then you're like, okay, I'm done with this, I'm happy, that doesn't mean you have failed. It means that you have now enjoyed that part of the game as much as you can, and it's time to move on. And that is fine. You haven't failed. You have succeeded in enjoying the game for what you were doing. If you were to push and keep doing something you don't enjoy, then you're playing the game wrong. You're doing it badly. Then you're bad at the game. I'm saying this as someone who largely did this a lot with a lot of games, where I kept playing because it felt like an obligation to play, to finish things, to do my part or whatever. When I was playing multiplayer games like MMOs and stuff like that, I need to do my part in the guild or whatever. Long after the game stopped being fun for me. Where is the station called Smedjebacken? It's the one in here. Did I not rename you? Nice, I love that. And connect. Have an efficient day. No. We will have a deep crypts. I'm not sure I love how that connected up. Can I do this? And do one big like this? I can, and that looks a lot better. Or not. Yeah, slightly better. Like, Let's Build is building only the things, like he's making an Excel sheet, coding that stuff, because that's what he wants to do. That's what he enjoys with the game. He spent 80 hours building a single coal factory. That's because that's what he likes to do. Perfect. You don't need to build the most advanced, most high level whatever to win at the game. You win in the eyes of others maybe, but if you're not having fun, no. I think I can remove that as well. I don't think I need that. Can I also fix this? Can I do this? Or maybe. see if I can get the power to go under so that the train doesn't clip through the power lines. Can we get in? Oh, no. There we go. Man, you're like a Greek philosopher. I love your takes. Here's the thing. The only reason why I have these takes, like there's 3 factors for why I have these takes. 1, I think way too much. 2, 20 years of martial arts, like Japanese martial arts, Eastern philosophy, Eastern culture, like East Asian culture and stuff like that. And then on top of that, I have studied psychology and philosophy, ethics and morals, and other subjects like that in school. Plus, I recently spent 3 years working on a history major, or history bachelor. I didn't do the final bit of that bachelor, but like I didn't write the actual bachelor paper, but I did the rest of the education. So I have a lot of stuff in my head. And I spent a lot of time working through like burnout and stuff like that, and depression, and having to deal with my ADHD. So I kind of have to figure myself out. And because of that, to an extent, I figure out human nature. And I also listen more than I speak when I'm not live. Now I kind of am on as an entertainer here. I am an actor. But no, when I am not that, I tend to listen a lot more than I talk. So, or I try. So I learn from others. Because hearing you say that it's something so relieving. I have a master's in engineering, and optimizing the fun out of the game is the fun part for me. And I very often felt like I'm playing wrong when people say I shouldn't optimize the fun away. So hearing people confirm that my fun is encouraging. Yeah. If optimizing the fun out of the game is the way that you enjoy the game, go right ahead. Like, go for it. Then, yeah. Empress is trying to signal me like an airplane, signal person. I don't know what the name of that profession is. Yeah, the person with the wavy, flashy lightsaber sticks. Yeah. The over-the-top sign language guy.
Oh, fuck, like,
And now I killed myself when clicking back into the game and firing explosive rebar on the ground below me. I assume Empress is your love person. That is so cute. Yes.
My love person?
Yes. She's my love person. Sounds way better than partner. Yeah. She is. And she is walking around here, I assume, like, are you trying to clean or something?
Doing the dishwasher.
It looks like you're trying to do the manly man thing of only taking one raw, like, you only go one time.
I have a lot of testosterone.
That's true. She said, like, I do have a lot of testosterone. I find partner too formal, but assuming marital status or gender fell off. Yeah, like that makes sense. Empress is here to annoy you. Yes, and blow me up with nukes. Sometimes she joins plays, like we play games together on the Friday streams. Last time she joined, we played Helldivers 2, and she blew me up with a nuke. Because that is her favorite thing to do. Brain is not braining. Okay, I need a train, a push-pull train here. So let's set you up. And there is 4 cars. 3, 4, and then we need a one of these going the other direction. There we go. And I will name that train in a second. I just need to remember that I need to bring in the stuff as well. I heard some TikTok use Love Person once, and now I love that. Yeah, Love Person is perfect. I love that. I love that too. That is really cute, and it's really good. And if I remember correctly, there is no more resources for me to collect here. The closest thing I would come to stuff to collect here is out here. And that is not for this train. And on the other end, like the other exit over here. I think, yeah. Nothing here, but there is some nitric gas somewhere around here. Or have I just misremembered that? There should be some nitric gas somewhere around here. I just forgot where. Might be in here somewhere. Meh. And then Empress shows up, not using the right channel first. Whoops, here I am. Whoever called her your love person, love, love, love it. New phrase for my life. Thank you to them. Yes, the love person. Veronica and Empress is the same person. She just has multiple channels that she's doing different things with. What do you mean, don't give it away? You're a published author. You have, what, 2 channels on YouTube that you're growing, like that you've started to grow. And you have set up your TikTok, you have Instagram, you have a bunch of stuff that you're doing. And half of it is the Empress stuff, and the other half, you're just using your name. Hello, John Emmert. Welcome to the chat. All right. What was I doing? I keep distracting myself. That's a normal node. You need a miner, and you are a normal node. So I will fully overclock you. 300 per minute. I just came onto a train station and everything was deadlocked. Apparently I had a train called Train carrying 4 wagons of coal between 2 mines. It was probably... Here's the thing. You probably wanted to collect the coal from both places and send them to a third. Probably. And then got distracted by something. That would be what happened if it was me. Grats on growing your lives. Yes! Empress is very self-conscious about her channel and everything. But she's working hard on it. She's way better. Like, she's edited professionally, like video edited professionally for projects we've been working on with stuff, but I basically just went with like, I've listened and I've learned from Empress, and then I've gone like, okay, now I am going to edit, and then I will just suck at it for a while and then get good. That's essentially how I have dealt with it. Empress actually knows what she's doing. I don't. So yeah. People are yelling outside. spider out of my way. And let's pull you in. Actually, let's be smart here. I am going to need you. Hello? I think it might be a bit far to say I know what I'm doing. I mean, you know a lot more about what you're doing than I know about what I'm doing. I know the algorithm, I know the data stuff. But when it comes to the creative work, actually like lighting and coloring and like all that kind of stuff, that is entirely you being good at stuff. And me not so much. I need both of you. Like this. Have you responded on my earlier question on train signals? I have to leave now and then for the kids. I don't have an answer. Lol. Oh, sorry. I might have missed that question. Was it about like the naming convention or? Let me check. Oh, you got auto-moderated. Ah, okay, yeah. I don't necessarily... one struggle I had was trains being slow at junctions because I assumed path signals work like chain signals in Factorio. Not the case. I now know they only check the path when you're in the last block before the junction, so now I only signal my stations and intersection, planning on only adding more signals if I get a trains unusually slow message. Is that good practice, or do you have different advice? I would basically, like, I basically account for that in the travel timer. I also keep adding trains until I see that I'm starting to get queues, and when I start getting queues, I look at switching up where the stations are and switching up where the junctions are so that I can disperse the traffic flow so it's not as dense. But what I also do, and this is like a fun thing you can do, if you're placing down a path signal, right? It's checking, like you say, it checks when the train is in the... When the train enters here, it starts checking, right? And then when you hit the path signal, it will, like, when you get close enough, it will go like, okay, you're green, let the go. What you do to keep that very, very simple is you take your path signal and you place a block signal just before, like as soon as you possibly can, like here. Where does the snap? Where does the snap happen? There does the snap happen. Boom. Thank you. Done. Y'all enjoy Life is Calling Me Away. Always happy to visit and learn from you. Thank you again, Jack and Empress. No problem. There's a bunch of emojis there that's not loading for me because I am on Restream chat. Close before Wicked Smart. Damn. Yeah. So I solve it with terribly long blocks. Yeah. You want very small blocks. You want the blocks to be as small as you possibly can to make sure that you can, like, that you don't have accidental queue building up or trains slowing down because you have a lot of trains running on the same line. So because you want short blocks, you also tend to end up with the problem of trains slowing down a lot. But yeah, I basically just bake it into when I'm calculating my, what's it called? The time it takes for trains to run. So this one, doop, it starts slowing down here because that's the block, that's a path signal. Now it stopped here because there's another train going out. That's exactly what we want, right? And if I had another train coming in here going like, oh, slow down because now this block is busy, and stopping here, then I'd fix. Then I would fix. Then I would, like, probably, instead of this train exiting here, I would probably make that train instead go out around and exit over here. That way dispersing this traffic density from the junctions over, because there's 3 junctions pretty close to each other. And that way I can make it a little bit easier. It's also that if I have one train running here, I'll go back to fix the dishes we can cook tomorrow. Oh, yeah, go right ahead. Thank you so much, by the way, for doing that. But yeah, like, if I have a train that's going here, like it's a long train, it's going, and the block, like this block signal and that block signal didn't exist, and the train is inside the block, but it needs to completely pass this signal before the rest of the block becomes available. Trains over here that might need the same route are going to stop and pause and wait. Yeah, the cooking cooperation is I cook the food, you eat the food. Great teamwork. But yeah, like, short blocks equal a lot more efficient, and like block signals very, very close to your path signals, also very good. I'm satisfied with this division of labor. Yeah, I do my best, honey. I do my best. And then I want minor mark 2. Oopie-doo. And then I want a container going here. Right? Because it's supposed to go into that one. No, it's not. That's not the case. Haha. I trick myself. You go into this one, actually. I can probably do this easier, like so. There. Raise you up a little bit. And then I grab straight mode. Make you go in there. Ta-ta. You're a pure node, so we double you. 3. Boom. And then I should probably get this a little bit better built. I can do this a lot better than what I've done here. Get out of my face. You get out of my face. And then we can do this. Boom. And can do this. Right? Because I'm also gonna have a minor Mark II over here. This is me basically thinking, like, how do I make this as simple as possible for myself without making it necessarily look too garbage? And one of the ways is straight mode saves my ass by doing this. Ta-da! Ta-ta-ta-ta. And then I do default like so. And then I can once again put down another container. Put you there. Straight mode. Please save my ass. Thank you, straight mode. And then so. And then I go for a default to you. So now I have 3 out of 4 fixed. Now it's just the last one. Minor. And I'm going to do this here as well. Let's do that. Actually, let's move you back one step there. Don't need you. I don't need you. I can do this myself. Great mode, make it look good. Thank you. So good. It's so easy when straight mode makes it look good for you. Sometimes though, you are a dum-dum and place things off center. So please get fixed. Thank you. Very nice. And then we have 1 and 2. Perfect. Well, Empress is spying on my desk. I already brought out all my dishes. Makes it a lot easier for me to focus when I'm streaming, when I'm not sitting in a mountain of plates and stuff. And then we need some power here. So I'm just gonna pull that out from here because this is like they're dependent on each other. This train is not gonna do anything else. So let's get you over to the other miner here. Thank you. And then, yeah, the train line itself is not connected up to power yet. There, connect you up. And then we do a boop, boop, and you are connected up. Here we go. Now we just need to get that one connected to power. And we need that connected to the railway power. So what we can do, quite simply, is just pull some power out from this. And go here. Make it simple by aligning it. Oh, autosave. There we go. Like so. Then we can place it back in. Then repaint you. Doop-a-doo. And then let's see, I need you to go over there. Over what would that be? Well, there. Straight down. There. Now I can connect you up without it looking absolutely horrific. And that means everything is connected up. We just need to fix the train itself. Samtebre train. We're gonna call this one the Crypt. Dude. Edit timetable. I need to rename the station. I want it to only unload quartz and Sam. Those are references from Supernatural. Decrypts. You load only quartz and Jared Padalecki. There we go. Save. There's a couple of things we need to fix. You're unloading here. Let's set that correctly. Thank you, thank you. Good work. And we are going for crypts here. So now our crypt dweller will start doing its drive-in thing. And what we're going to do now is set up a little bit of a portal. And I'm going to do a thing here. And it's gonna look weird. Like, it's gonna make no sense until it's done. This is a trust the process kind of project. So the train will clip. That is by design. Once again, trust the process. We're gonna make a portal. There we go. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I think it should be doable. It's gonna be a little bit of work to make it like blend well, but gonna be hella sexy when it's done. Can you put that in so I can see where it is? Thank you. Then we go with this outer one a little bit here. We'll keep going. Place you in. Once it's in, I will just remove that last little bit that poked out here. Show me the pokey out a bit. There we go. That's pokey out a bit. Pokey out a bit. Gone. And then I think that is largely what I need to get started. I'm just gonna put in the portal here. I just had an awesome epiphany. I can just build a factory fit for 480 bauxite per minute and just upgrade my mine someday because the train is doing the rest already. I don't need to build it for 240. Oh my god. Yeah. Technically, you can build it for 1200 because that's the max amount you can bring in from one node. And just like don't connect up all the machines yet. That works. It's basically what I'm doing with the smart factory. With the resource stuff. I am making a 100 hours world where I am essentially challenging myself to see if I can build and succeed. Like, is it feasible to finish the game with my smart factory concept without having to do a bunch of math and stuff like that? The entire point of that is to not have to do math. So yeah, like, basically, you do you, but you do you, boo. let's leave that for now. Now, what I want here is a portal. So that train is going to be entering a portal. You need to go over a little bit, and you need to go over a little bit, like so. Let's... These are large, right? But yeah, that doesn't work. I need to use the small ones. Alright. That's what it needs to be. And then that's where it needs to be. And then we go up. We clip them in a little bit here so that they become like there's no lines in them. I need to see the train. Train, come back here. Like future-proofing like that always works. It works even better with smart splitters. Because then you don't need to go in and place in belts and stuff like that to enable the rest of your factory. It will just happen when you get the overflow. Do. Crypt Dweller, come here. Perfect. That is perfect. And then let's get some concrete pillars. And then let's see if which should I do this? This looks fun. Let's do that. Ooh. Let's have fun with it. Then you get to be straight, and then of course that makes you gay. There we go. And then I can do this. And each side here, lock, overlap in the middle. That's a little bit off, isn't it? It is. This side is wrong. How dare you? You've defied me. Needs to be like that. But it also needs to be aligned with the length. Oh, great. That is about right. So place that in. Yep. I think that might be as close as I can get it. And then we do this. Then we straighten that out. And we add that in and say, let's twistify you. And let's add more detail. Same thing here. Let's just go out a little bit, and then we'll fix the other side later. I think it'll look hella cool when we paint it. And then I need a default. Boom. All the way down there. Then we do the wall. That so it overlaps. There's that gap. There. There's that gap. Perfect. And then we paint this. So let's see. And like if we paint this and we look at the walls next to them, right? Actually, what I think I should paint gold is this. I think that looks good. This is gonna be carbon steel as well. I can paint that from the outside. Oh, the funny lag that is happening now. When I'm painting my foundations. Love it. I'll say get one layer more because it's gonna look. I'm gonna be able to see it better. Right, and then we need some label signs. So label sign. find all over the place. And this is because I need to, for this to look really good, I need to be able to, I basically need to paint with light. Essentially, that's what I'm trying to do. And then we can grab one of you guys. Background, none. No text, thank you. Emission glossy, and then we set our colors to be incredibly red. We make them more like that. Boom, select color. That is not red enough. So we need to darken a little bit. Ta-da! Get less orange and more red. So that when this light... remember this, when you're doing this and you have lumen on, you need to leave the area and come back for the light to actually change. So I basically need to do this. Oh, so I'm outside of the light rendering range. Oh, and now if I return... what we will get is more of that red actually spreading onto the pillar's finish. So if we change, we actually get the darkness that I want around here. Ha. Not bombs. Photo mode like that. There we go. So, that's the portal to the crypt. This is where the train will come from. This portal. What do you guys think? I like it. So if we wait here for a little bit, we will see our train come from the underworld, carrying resources. I'm happy with this. I love this. I love this trick. Oh. What do you guys think? Yeah. I was thinking of making it more round, but then I remembered I've done nothing round in this entire city. They have angles, they have its triangles and like polygons, stuff like that. Like it's not... So I decided to do this instead. Very, very nice. I'm gonna save a screenshot of this. Train entering again. Oh. Back to the underworld. Collect more resources. I love it. Let's get back to a little bit more daytime. Now, that's some more resources. We need 1,300 raw quartz. We don't need 1,300 raw quartz. I know we need less. But 1,300 raw quartz... we have two 480 nodes. That's 480. And then we have one 300 node. Putting us very close to 1,300. I'm gonna call this done. For now. I can grab more quartz from other places later. It's gotta be no problem. So you, whoop, are gonna be done. And then I go in here. Ha. and I mark this, I change this so it's accurate to what what I've collected, which is 1,260. And I mark you green. All of these numbers were overkill in the first place. I don't need that much. I definitely don't need that much limestone. I definitely don't need all the iron I brought in. So the only thing that I've actually needed the exact number of what I brought in has been the crude oil. But yeah, we have the Caterium left, which isn't gonna be a lot either. So let me just double check. Do. And let's double check here. Let's double check. Caterium. Resource nodes. Ports, get out of my face. I'm already collecting that one. That one. That's the next one I'm going for. Let's head south. It's gonna be perfect. But yeah, the last message that DeathLPify put in the chat about the epiphany is why trains are so powerful. Because you can just expand the trains. You don't have to build a new train line entirely. That's very, very cool. All right, so this right here. This node is what we're going for. It's gonna be a tiny train. Like, it's not gonna be a tiny train later, but we're gonna start with this. So what we're going to do is this. And now remember, we need to count rule of 5. So if I keep an eye on this stuff, right? I need 5. 1, 2, to be able to do this. So I just need to make sure that the train station is here. And train station goes here. I need to make sure that what I was thinking about, why I was pausing, was I was basically just thinking about future. So if I am expanding on this tiny train, or if I'm just gonna let it be the single car train. For now, I'm gonna basically keep it as this single car train. Like so. Problem with this one, right? We were talking about the rule of 5. As I can't have it here, I need to move it back. Like so. Otherwise, I'm gonna give myself a headache. Because I need this to connect off of out here. I also need the second part of this, which, to make it simple for myself, I do this. And then I can connect up. Let's do that over here. Because I need one freight station. Tiny station. And that station is going to need a tiny buffer. Like that. And then you come up from underneath. Boop. Keeping it as absolutely simple as I possibly can. Freight mode to make it easy to build the line. Then let's head on over like so. Here we go with our miner. Oop. And make that a 482. There, you can go over to this. There. Up. Now you are in use. And I still need to get this somewhat close. Middle mouse click on the belt. Thank you. And will that work with the straight bar? It will definitely not. So let's do this. Then it's gonna work with the straight bar. Now I need to figure out the connection behind here, and the best way I can do that starting from back here, right? So if I on this node go here, and then from here, does that work? It does, because it's a tiny train. Tiny, tiny. Where I can just do... Let's place you as if you're coming in. But that's the first thing you're gonna do. And I will rename you IW Tiny Train 1. And then this is going to be one. Oh, sorry, that's wrong. Boop. Now I can remove that and work with this. Well, I need to redo these. You need to move back a little bit, which means you need to move back a little bit. You need to move back one step here, and then do 2 there, move back one step, and then connect out here, boop. And then for this end, they just need to go out too, like this. And then we can do the whole shebang. Oop. Oop. And then you guys go straight ahead and straight ahead. And then we need path signal. You, I'm gonna be wrong. So, path signal. And then you are gonna be a path signal. And then we have a block signal. And a block signal. Haha! As you can see, they're still very close to each other, so they're barely gonna slow down the trains. Just need one more block signal. Over here. Where are you stopping? Yum. Ah. Yeah, that would be a problem. Out of my face. You need to connect up with that thread. That's a lot easier. Not clip over it. Does it work now? Yes, it is. And Criterium, are you coming into the train station? Come on. Yep, you are. Perfect. Now, let's head on over. Set up the drop-off for the tiny Criterium train. Just fly in, fly in, fly in. Fly on the wings of love. Fly, baby, fly into the sky above. Please don't copyright strike. I think I sang bad enough that it shouldn't. Yeah. And can I? Do I even dare? Yeah, I should be able to temporarily disconnect this and set up a four-way intersection here. Or if I can just expand on this one, should be able to do that too. That would be there, like so, and then like so. It's small enough here. Then I can take a train station, and I can add that here. Gonna do the same thing. Just gonna do this instead. And I'll just do that. Perfect. And then this is coming in. Oop, but it should also be able to come in from that direction. Are you telling me? Okay, I was snapping to the wrong side of it. There we go. That works. And then when he leaves, it needs to be able to leave to that direction, and it needs to be able to leave to that direction. Because they're not supposed to be able to go across to each other, right? And then what we need is a path signal there and a block signal there. Now they work again. Thank you. You can pass, you can pass, you can pass. And then another block signal here. And then this is going to be tiny cat in 1. Nice. I like the shape of that. And then with that up and running, we can then tell our train, tiny Caterium train, to first go to the cat collector and load only Caterium ore. Save. And then it goes to tiny cat in, and it unloads only Caterium ore. Save changes. Turn on self-driving. Now we have until the train gets here to set up the rest, which is going to be the buffer for unloading and the sink. Where's it? Ta-da! And that is okay. Those values are here. Can you see there? This one is pulled from the game files. This uses the game build. So I can take the chat and move you out of the way there so you can see the numbers. I'm gonna put chat here. Chat. Now chat is not in the way, right? There. And I can be here. There. Perfect. But yeah, they're on Satisfactory. Yeah. Also, depending on which wiki you're using, one of them is not the one supported by Coffee Stain Studios. And this is all with fully overclocked Mark III miners and like everything, like the maximum you can get from resource wells and resource nodes. So. But yeah. It's, if you go to the calculator, you will essentially get the correct numbers. There. I'm just putting that back in. I'm sending this in chat to you. In case you didn't have the link already. And then we do this. Back in the game, baby. It hasn't delivered yet. Good. There we go. Haha. That's a tiny train. Look at it. So adorable. This one tiny. Light, come on. Light, come on. Whoa, dodge. Seems like Satisfactory Tools is the wrong one here. Calculator on Wiki has limestone as 69,300 and tools with 69,900. I don't know. I just know, like, all I do know is that Satisfactory calculator uses the game files to pull the numbers. Like, it's basically an API that looks at the game files and says, okay. And then you get the maximum calculated numbers. Because otherwise, you would have to sit and manually go that node and that node and that node. So yeah. Let's just ride the train here a little bit. We've done a lot. We have now brought in all the resources that we needed for the world. Or not for the world, for phase 3. That is really cool. I am so happy. Because that means that now we start building the factories. Now we can start processing this stuff and making parts and computers and heavy modular frames. Lots of cool shit is gonna be happening in this factory. I'm really happy about it. Been working a long time for this. 40 hours, I think, like total, with the combination of building the World Resource Highway and then putting out the train stations that actually brings in the resources. It's it is what it is. But I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm really happy. I don't know what you guys think. Of course, we still have like visuals, like detailing and stuff like that we do for the rail lines, for the train stations, stuff like that. Like, it's not done, but it's functional, which is step 1. Now we're using it. That's step 2. Now I can work on the visual when I feel like it. I can work on the factories when I feel like it. Sorry, a little bit dry in my throat there. You guys remember to drink? I'm happy. Just chewing along here. These curves are so nice. I'm so happy that I figured out how to use these lubricants to make those smooth curves and slopes. Makes me feel good. Makes me feel like I succeeded with the train lines. Boom. And we let that train pass. Very nice. I'm happy. I'm really happy about this. I just realized, looking at the name of this station, it looks like Empress built it. 100%. It is the Cat Collector 1. Now the question is, what is going to be the next step? Well, I'm quite done. I feel like creatively quite done with building more train stuff right now. Visuals, detailing or not. I'm probably going to start with factory stuff. And that is going to be if we go in, or let's go over and check actually. Let's check my plan. Check Mournrock here. You actually have 160 now. And you are green. Green with envy. So if we look at the planned districts, we're basically looking at the ore processing. This part here. What we want. So look at this. We need pure iron ingot. That's the alternate recipe. Copper ingot or caterium ingot. Wet concrete. Pure quartz crystal. It says we need 59. I am quite certain that if that is the case, we need quartz somewhere else. Or I literally just went like, nah, I'm gonna collect everything that's close by. Either way, silica, coke steel ingots, and black powder. Makes sense. That's going to then be turned into steel cast plates, in the copper sheets, encased industrial pipes, heavy encased frame. That's the heavy modular frames. Frame, bolted iron plates, steel screw, molded steel beams, molded steel pipes, and steel rods. Then I will have other intermediaries like components, insulated cable. So we'll be using some rubber for that. Silicon circuit boards. That's where we're gonna be using more silica. High-speed connectors. Always love those guys. Fuse kick wire. Fuse quick wire, steel rotors, smokeless powder, stator, iron wire. I've chosen to use iron for that. Okay. Insulated crystal oscillator, and then plastic AI limiters. And then if we go over here, secondary assembly, which means these are things that are important and they're technically end products, but they're not the important end products. Novelist rifle ammo, iron rebar. Yeah. Then main assembly. This is what we want. And boom. Adaptive control unit, cluster obelisk, caterium computer, coated iron canister, explosive rebar, homing rifle ammo, that's good, I want that, modular engine, and SAM fluctuators. And if we look over here, adaptive control unit, cluster obelisk, computer. I did say I wanted to expand on some things. So copper sheets, empty canisters, I want 60 for myself to just have in case of. Encased industrial beams, I wanted to expand on that. Explosive rebars, heavy modular frame. Yes, that's the ammo I want. Heavy modular frames, so I have that. High-speed connectors. I want that produced because you use those for programmable splitters and for the Mark III power connectors. Then homing rifle ammo, that's the rifle ammo that I want to be using. Modular engine, space elevator parts. Motors, I wanted to expand that as well, have more of it. Packaged liquid biofuel, it's what I'm using for my jetpack. Packaged turbo fuel. I want that as an extra. If I'm going vertically, it is better than the liquid biofuel. Plastic I am producing, rubber I am producing. They are basically like waste, like byproduct processing over in the turbo fuel thing now. So they are being made, just not here. And they are going into storage. And then SAM fluctuators, they are super important for later down the line. So we have a bunch of good stuff coming up. So we have basically set ourselves up for success by doing this. And I think that does a lot. I think that does the most important things. we're still riding the train here. Choo choo. Choo choo. And if we jump out the train, no, not photo saved. Jump out the train, thank you. Whee! And we go back here. The idea that I had was to pretty much do most of the resource processing, like the raw resource processing. I wanted to focus in one area of the factory. And that area is over there where I have most of the raw resources coming in. That's why I'm transporting the raw resources that I got from over here, from here over to there. I'm getting the limestone over here though, and one of the reasons for that is I'm bringing in so much limestone. Like it's silly how much limestone I have access to in this factory. I'm probably going to need to turn, like if I'm turning it into more concrete, that is just to send it to future factories. If I remember correctly, I probably have like 2 or 3 times the amount I need. I think I needed like 3,000. I think I'm getting 3,000 just from what I have here on this end. So I'm gonna be fine. But in case I don't, I am bringing in probably every single piece of limestone that I would ever need here. What do these have? They have 480, 480, 480. I think all of them are 480, 480, 480, 480, 480, 480, 480. Yep. So that's what? Ten times 4. That's 4,800 limestone from just that. Yeah. We good, baby. Now, I want to keep going. I need to take a little bit of a break though. Getting a little bit cold, so I need to go close the window or the balcony door, and I need to get more drink, and I need to do a bit of stretch, but then we're gonna keep going for another hour. So remember, do like me, get up, stretch a little bit, get some new drink if you don't have any, get a snack, and I will be right back. Meanwhile, I will literally just jump in one of the trains that we have here. Do we have a train here that we can ride with? Train? 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 Train. There's a train. Let's ride with you. And let's just go like this. Yeah. There we go. Now I'm back. There we go. We have all of our resources. We have brought in all of our resources. I am so happy. It is insane. Ah. Very nice. Now the question becomes, what do we do now? Because I expected this to take the rest of the stream, so wait. I'm ahead of schedule. That warrants a bonus. Schnack. Hmm? I actually wanted to check some stuff out. I've lined up a couple of videos that I wanted to react to if I had time. So, what we're gonna do. Sorry for the extra sound there. Headphones action. Let's do this. And get our game sound down a little bit. I wanted to check out this one. Kylo Builds has always been one of my favorite creators for Satisfactory content. So I'm really hyped to see his what 500 hours looks like in Satisfactory 1.0. And I know that he has like always some insane builds. So let's check it out together. Like, just sorry, I immediately paused here. Just this scene is insane on its own. Like, what the hell, man?
On my Satisfactory 1.0 save, and I want to show you all the cool things that we have built so far, like the rocket fuel factory, but we'll get to that a little later. I spent the first 15 to 20 hours finishing phase 1 and phase 2, and I really
That took me 250 hours, just to be clear.
wasn't trying to make anything look very good, but rather get all the basic buildings and components unlocked that I wanted to for my starter factory. And real quick, I'll show you what my starter area looked like, because it was kind of a mess. And after collecting all the coupons I would need to unlock all the buildables that I wanted to use, which was maybe one of the most important objectives early game that I had for myself, I was finally able to build my starter factory. And this right here is the first real factory that we made. We finished this around the 100-hour mark, so it took about 80 hours to
It doesn't feel like I would call that a starter factory. Like, I understand that he feels like that's the case. But I would say that it's the opposite of a starter factory, because you already built factories to be able to build this factory, so that's not the starter factory by default. I think that's my take, but what do I know?
finish, and it mostly uses blueprints. I have a whole video on this factory specifically, but coming inside, we have a storage room down here, and we have multiple levels of production that all are pretty similar. They all use very much the same design, just with different.
It's giving very much like main hub factory fits more. Yeah, I agree. Not so much starter, more like main hub. Yeah, that's not a starter factory. You know, like, it probably is to him. Like, having seen what he's built before 1.0, to him, this is a starter factory. I can accept that. But on a general level, no. Yeah, it's so clean and smooth. It reminds me of like a... when like high level, like IBM, like Nvidia. They're like quartz chips factories. Like everything is super clean. Everything is behind glass. Nothing is open air. They're like not a speck of dust can enter the space kind of environment. And I love that. It's a very cool style.
Different production buildings like constructors and then smelters. We have assemblers and foundries in here as well. But something cool about this specific building is that these blueprints have a buildable in them that is kind of a little secret one. There's this little hole thing that you guys might notice, and I can grab this out and build it. And they still haven't patched this, so
what is this?
I don't know if they will, but how you get this is by taking a either large or small billboard and placing it on the ground. You'll get the pole like this, and then what you can do is highlight them. You can see the difference here. There's a pole and then there's the actual board. The pole for some reason is allowed to be selected, so you can middle mouse click on it to sample the pole and actually just get the pole. Fair warning, you can crash your game by doing this. If you try to press or hold E, which is normally a cycle option.
That is news. I had no idea you could do that. That's something Mystic and I showed you already on stream. I have completely forgotten. I have completely blanked on that. I completely blanked on that. Like, if you show me, like, I trust you guys. I've just forgotten about it. It just blew my mind again.
So you can hold E to get a radial, or you can press E to cycle through items on the same buildable plane. If you try to do that with this, you will crash your game. So please do not do that. Unless you want to. I don't know. But back to the factory. There's definitely some work in progress stuff that's not done, like this elevator area that's not done. I definitely at this point needed some power, so we immediately pivoted to making a proper fuel source, as we were still running on some coal power, which was a little ambitious for the level on which we were building at. But almost every floor is the same. They all have production modules, walkway areas, and all that stuff. But I was definitely really happy with this when we made it. If I go up to the next floor, we actually have a balcony area because the moth wants to fly directly through the building. So we cut out this area of the building, and this is where I would just put my hub, and I put a power augmenter at the very top of the building as well for the power boost. But this is about it. Oh, and we can actually see the moth come right through here as well. This guy will come right through here, and he won't clip through anything. Just barely misses everything. It took me a good little bit to kind of shave this down to wherever he would fly through, but out of his multiple different animations right around here, because one of them...
Okay, so there we see, like, hear what he said. He had to shave it down to make it so that he could build, like, so that it didn't clip. If I want to build a skyscraper, I want to build a skyscraper. I don't want to build a skyscraper that is moth-friendly. It kind of goes against the whole, like, yeah, I'm going to just blow up literally every other animal to build where I want to. But the flying moth, no, that takes priority. Let's not do that. That's weird.
Flap his wings down right as he comes through here, and he still does not flip. And each production floor has its own logistic floor like this, which is quite tall and maybe a little too tall, but
it's not too tall. The minimum is 2 4-meter foundations tall. Minimum. If you have a very logistics heavy factory, I would recommend going with 3, because you don't want your logistics floor to feel like cramped, and you want to be able to work with both ceiling conveyors, wall conveyors, and floor conveyors. So, I mean, it was really long ago, so forgetting as a given, yeah. Well, I don't have plastic yet, so no smooth foundations for me yet. Oh, soon.
Definitely gives us enough space to move all our stuff around, and the corner elevator definitely gets a little bit busy with all of the variety of items, but we made it work. And there's still, again, plenty of room, honestly. Maybe a bit too much, but hey, I'd rather have a little bit too much space than definitely not enough. And then all of the excess items do get sunk. Now, I don't think I have access to the logistic floor down below here, but basically behind these, we have dimensional depots as well. So you have a line like this that has dimensional depots with smart splitting and all that jazz. And then this line, ironically, goes right through, and you can see it from inside there, into a sink that is right down here. And there's a couple other sinks in the building that we use just like this. But yeah, this is the starter factory, and this thing honestly has supplied all of our production, including our rocket fuel factory for the most part. The only thing that it couldn't really hold up against was doing our highway, which we needed thousands of concrete plates and quartz crystal per minute, and obviously this thing does not produce that, so we did have to make some temporary production and upload them to the dimensional depot. But outside that, it was pretty solid and has done wonders. It's lasted a lot longer than I thought it would, honestly. And I've been pretty happy with it. And I also really like this staircase. This is one of my favorite parts about the starter factory, is this staircase area and the
if you want to learn how to,
which is, as you'll see, pretty consistent throughout the save. We've been using a lot of the coated copper, or I should say coated concrete foundations with copper on them, and then the orange and blue color scheme is also pretty common. So the next factory on the list is our packaged diluted fuel plant, which is just over in the blue crater. And here we have the packaged fuel plant. Now, this is the first time I've ever done a packaged fuel plant. I've always skipped packaged diluted fuel and gone straight to blended fuel or something like that. I just never really wanted to deal with it, but I decided, as it's 1.0 and I've never done it, I figured it would be a good challenge. And there definitely are some hiccups within this build, but overall, it was definitely a good build. Basically, we have down here water extractors that pull water into packagers down there, which we will go down there in a little bit. And they package the water and send it up through an elevator into our refining area, which basically combines.
While I can say that his slopes, the color, the gradient and everything looks a lot like more advanced than what you did with your factory, like your coal power plant. Let's build. I liked your recessed pipes that were visible a lot more than what he's done here, because his walls looks almost like a little bit empty, like with this. Like if you could see the pipes running up here, like recessed pipes, the way that you did them, I think it would look better, because right now it looks very empty. And you can see here where they kind of like blend, so you can't even tell that there is like a recessed part here. Like it looks like one flat surface, and that happens because there's no texture, there's no noise. So yeah, this doesn't look good from all angles because there is not enough noise. And I think that if they recess the pipes, like pull up the pipes so that they run like in different ways around here, like add in decorative pipes if you need to, whatever it is, but add noise, I think would make it look better. It's too clean, in my opinion.
That pull water into packagers down there, which we will go down there in a little bit, and they package the water and send it up through an elevator into our refining area, which basically combines it and eventually pops out fuel and unpacks that fuel and sends it to the generators right here, which is 80 generators. So this thing does, I think, 20,000 megawatts ish, just slightly under, I think. And the canisters get looped back down. So that was the whole idea, and we did pretty much all the production first, I think, and then we did the designing, which is the case for a lot of my builds. I like to do production and then designing, but there are times where it's kind of jump back and forth. It really just depends on the build, but we have, I guess, a MAM here.
But
the way he paints, there are a couple different experimentation designs I did on this build, and one of them is using these pipe holes and just pipes in general as a design, and I definitely like doing that. Another thing you'll notice is that there's no floor holes on these, and that's because I was having a lot of issues with flow, partially due to floor holes, but some other issues as well. And I put the space elevator here because I just didn't have a place for this thing to go, and I was like, I gotta fill this space, so we put it here because why not? But we have a few different hallways here, and this one does the unpacking, the packing of fuel. So this one actually makes the diluted package fuel. This hallway's pretty fun, a little bit of a different design style than I normally do, but I think it works pretty well. And again, you'll notice that we have the blue and orange. It's a very common theme on the save now. This hallway is similar yet different. We have these blueprints here that basically snap all of these pillars in here, and the refineries themselves are not blueprinted, just these things right here. This is one of my favorite things about this hallway, is this little light. So originally, when I was making this factory, for some reason the lights on the refineries were not turning on, and it was really bugging me, and I think it was just a bug in the game. And I really wanted this part of the reason why this whole design is here is because this light is from the refinery, and I wanted it to show. Whether it gave off any light, that didn't really matter. I just wanted this like light beam to be here. That was a big part of it. And to get that, I had to make a blueprint that somehow had the 4-meter sign, label sign, at the right depth for me to actually nudge it in. It was really annoying to do. It took multiple hours to get to the right spacing, but I finally managed to get a sign that clipped into these guys. And again, this is when the light was not working. I think now they do. I haven't had any issues since that I've seen, but it was quite annoying, and it may not have been worth the time. It might have just been better to wait. So there are a bunch of signs clipped into here.
Right now, we're looking at Kylo builds. What 500 hours looks like in Satisfactory 1.0. And I am very much saying that the way that he works with lights, like a lot of his colors are actually gray and black and stuff, but he's using the light to add color, so that when the light bounces and it blends with the yellow, like orange and the blue, you get like a really cool
little fun fact for you guys.
In the factory.
And then this third hallway is just a little outer hallway because it has this balcony access here. We have a walkway on the outside like this, and we have a buffer. So this is where oil comes in, which is not really designed at all back here. I never really got around to it, I guess. But our oil gets pumped up right here up into a buffer at the top and gravity fed into the refineries that are behind this wall. And even by doing that, it still has some issues, which is quite annoying. Jumping down to the packager side, there's still some unfinished stuff down here, but for some reason I did white and pink on this. I don't know why, but I did. It's a little weird. There's a lot of white going on down here. But these are the packagers just packaging oil and, or water. So we're packaging water, and then
I can see the chat. Can you hear me?
Buildables over here, but it just gets sent up here. So we have 4 lanes of packaged water and 4 lanes of canisters. They're all 400 each, and they get load balanced on 2 different areas just to make sure there's no overflow issues.
I responded. Can you hear me? But yeah, like streaming is going really well. We're having a good time. I finished bringing in all the resources in Satisfactory, so we have built a lot of this. So it is bringing in. There's a bunch of trains, a bunch of stations, and thousands upon thousands of raw resources. But what I did today that I'm really happy with is this portal to the underworld. If I just do this, and we look at it in the dark, I think there. So the train comes in, clips through the wall, but because I've put it up like this, it looks like a portal. I really like it. I think that's the favorite thing I've done today. It's really cool. I'm so happy with it. Can you guys hear me like on Twitch? What's up? Let me double check. Yeah, everything should be going fine. Could I get someone in chat to just verify whether or not you can hear me? Twitch audio is fine. Perfect. Nice. But yeah, I love this portal. Favorite thing I've done today. But yeah, we've been chilling a little bit now and just reacting to this one. Kylo builds.
Pretty darn easy. And then we have a window looking out over this as well, like we could see from the bird's eye. And then this right here, which is not set up yet, will be for the resin to refine it into plastic rubber so we can actually make a little bit of computer stuff. A very small amount, but we will be able to make some and actually place more coated foundation.
Okay, if we go back just a little bit here.
Will be for the resin to refine it into plastic rubber so we can actually make a little bit of computer stuff. A very small amount, but we will be able to make some and actually
jump again. Well, that reflection is perfectly lining up here, and it kind of makes it look like it's steaming because of the reflection. Really cool. Let me just check. Is it set to max? Yeah, it
actually
is.
place more coated foundations. But that is about it. And this factory is, a lot of the factory is the generators, honestly. A lot of the footprint is the generators and then just a bunch of refineries. But I think one of my favorite parts of this factory is honestly just the walkway area down at the water extractors. I don't get why, but I always like having the ability to like walk around the water extractors and have like these lanes for them.
Yeah, so these only look good from this direction, I think. If we look
Walkway
here,
area down at the water extractors. I don't get why, but I always like having the...
this looks really, really good. But from any other direction, if you see it from the outside, I don't think it looks that good. I think the texture blends, and there, like, it removes the depth that he's added in here.
the ability to like walk around the water extractors and have like these lanes for them. I don't know why. It always just looks cool to me. Now, before I show the rocket fuel plant and the highway that leads to that, I just want to show you real quick. We have a small little temporary factory making...
This is a temporary factory. His temporary factories look really damn good.
heavy modular frames and a few electronics per minute, and that's like computers, circuit boards, and high-speed connectors. And that's what this little one next to our starter factory is, that will be taken down once we make our actual electronics factory. But I needed this so I could actually make my highway with all the signals and stuff. Around the world, there are a few different spots like this where I have a material pickup like this train station right here next to our highway that don't have the whole train station treatment. I pretty much need to add foundations and some railings to this whole thing. And I think there's like 3 spots on the save that need this fix up, and they're mostly related to the rocket fuel plant. But if you guys haven't seen our highway, this is what it looks like with the supports kind of around it. And they don't technically touch, but looking back, it does look like they kind of are supported. And I do have 2 separate videos talking about how I made this blueprint and how I do my curves to make nice big curves that line up on world grid all the time. And this is how
And here. Well, temporary fixes are the one that stay, yes. Making one dip contain 2 extractors instead of 1 would already look better. Yeah, I think so too. Like, now we're coming up on a level of detail that, like, if I had the time, like, I, who do this all day, every day, don't have the time to build this level of detail. This is insane. Just this is insane. What's the weird tag in the chat feed? Can move this over. It's from the game. From the video. It's his to-do list.
The highway looks when I have kind of 2 foundation sets on each side leading to either a train station here or let's say generators like this over here. Most of the time though, it'll be like a factory on one side, factory on the other side, or train stations on both sides. But I really like the way this kind of dips down, and
it looks super weird. Yeah,
it feels like the highway's kind of cutting through. But yeah, this is the rocket fuel plant. You guys may have seen the showcase video for this.
This is insane. He's detailed this. He's detailed this.
Build. We got little trains coming out on this side. There is 4 materials being imported into this specific factory: coal, sulfur, packaged oil, and the nitrogen gas from right over there. All 3 other ones are being imported from the blue crater, or exported from the blue crater, and brought here. And there's a little pride of joy of the save. Definitely my favorite factory on the save. It took about 100 hours, a little less I believe, but if I include all of the small little detailing that I probably still have to do, there's a ton of different like touch-up stuff that I could spend hours on for sure. It would definitely hit 100 hours, if not more. This is one of my favorite builds I've ever done, and it produces a...
It's one of the favorite builds I've ever seen. Holy shit. Oh, god. If I had like 10, 15 times the number of views for every video I put out, or like just on the ones I've already put out, I would love to be able to spend the time to build something like this. It would be so cool. The 1 meter wall as guide rails for the rail curves are also super smooth. Yeah. Like, Kylo Builds has nailed down the roads. Like, you can see down here as well. That is perfect. Oh my god.
A pretty good amount of power. If we go look at this, you can see our power production, 74,000 megawatts, pretty solid. And there's a couple generators, and actually some of these are overclocked, so this would be a few, there would be a few more generators here, but I think like the last 3 or 6 of these are overclocked maybe? I don't remember. Oh, it's these guys on the inside. These guys on the inside, there's some that are overclocked. Yeah, it looks like the first 3 in each line. That makes sense. But again, if you haven't seen on the inside, this is one of my favorite blueprints we made, the Blender blueprints. And I should be able to go to the hallway that has kind of the mirrored look, where I can, yeah, like down here. So we go over here. There's the hallway of the blenders. One of my favorite blueprint sets we've made, for sure. And honestly, one of them, I think the highest requested for the blueprint build guides.
Whites,
members only.
blacks,
and I believe that blueprint only took about 5 hours to make. Or a little less, actually. I think less than 5 hours. And then my favorite refinery blueprint that we've made is this one right here. Definitely my favorite refinery blueprints. Most complex, but also most expensive for sure. Like, if I had to place like, you know, hundreds of these refineries, this would kind of suck, because there's a variety of materials that we're using, and it's just like expensive. But this is the refining area, and this is for like the oil into heavy oil residue, and then the heavy oil residue just gets put into the blender. So it's pretty simple for rocket fuel. Like, this alternate recipe for rocket fuel is pretty darn simple, but it is super effective. You can get tons of rocket fuel, and we're making 2,400, so you can get tons of it, and just put it into some generators. Feel free to go check out the full build showcase. We're gonna move on to the next builds on the save, and that is,
if you haven't checked out Kylo Builds, check out Kylo Builds.
Anything completed
like this, his channel,
because this is where the projects start to get a little bit larger and take a lot more time. So this is over by the Dune Desert, on the north side here, right up at the top of the map. And this is a pile of train stations. Now this is to actually export materials from the Dune Desert out,
like, I
because the material factory that we will have over here is not going to consume every resource in the Dune Desert. Now, it is going to make a lot of different things. We're going to be making thousands of items per minute for upload speed into dimensional depots, but even that doesn't use all of the resources there. So I want to build this train station to export all that stuff out to other locations, other areas of the map that are not as resource dense, but we might want to build in. So I have all these train stations set up, and this may or may not be enough. We'll find that out later, but we can always add more. And that is for sure. But as you can see, work in progress. I just started to lay down this foundation side here, but I still have the rest of the foundation side to do. But it leaves plenty of room for logistics down below, which is very nice. And it interfaces quite well with our highway. And this area will be quite congested, I believe. So what I'm going to have to do is add some extra lane modules, and we're probably going to end up stacking another highway on top of this. And that, I'm really hoping, happens after they add...
You said I also don't have that much time to play, but I have the patience and willpower to build that over months and years. Yes, and then like that's the thing. If I was just playing, that'd be fine. But I also have to make between 2 and 3 videos every week. That's the thing. And I also have to take care of like my health and my life and like my relationships and stuff like that. But I hope when I get to the point where the level of like if I put up a video and I have 100,000 views the first 7 days, yeah, let's go. I can put out a video, like an update video every month, and that'd be fine. But this detail with the level of like views and stuff I have now, I wouldn't have the time to do that and get the videos out. It wouldn't happen. So, which sucks. But I think that even if I tried, I wouldn't be able to get to this level. He is just so good. So good.
Waypoint signaling, whether or not they actually do, I don't know, but I really hope they add the ability to put a signal on a track to tell a train to go to that signal, so you can actually manually path a train line and kind of make trains be a little bit smarter, because as of right now they always take the shortest path, so having multiple options to relieve congestion doesn't actually work. You would need to add a train station into those highway lines to then tell that train to go there, and it's a whole thing. And it's not really practical, it doesn't really work. So I really hope they add train waypointing. It would make them a little bit OP, but for the people who want to use a lot of trains for whatever reason, kind of like me, it would help a lot. And this is again one of those train stations that's just a little off of the highway. This one's going to be picking up limestone, which actually has a train line running just to another train station randomly in the world that's sinking all this stuff. But eventually we're going to do a concrete factory in the Rocky Desert, I believe. And this is kind of the pre-setup for that. I just did it out of just to get it out of the way, but yeah, that's what this is. And I wanted more trains on the highway, so this was an excuse to do that. But right down the highway here, we have the start of our canister factory. Now this factory will eventually be making just over 10,000 canisters per minute. That might seem like way too much, and it may be way too much, but I really want to utilize trucks on the save. For some reason, I just do. And to do that, we need fuel. Now, I think 10,000 packaged fuel per minute may be a little high, but we also want to use packaged water. It makes transporting water a little easier, and we can build factories that need a lot of water in areas we normally wouldn't, where there is no water. So having all of the canisters available to saturate both those lines and can be consumed in packaged fuel or packaged turbo fuel or something like that is quite useful. And it's really not that much raw resource input. It's only a few thousand different materials like copper and iron, but it really just is a lot of building, but very much a work in progress. I believe this height is the last production floor, but I don't know how big this thing will get eventually. And then we will end up, probably before this is finished, start working on the packaged water factory, just so we can kind of figure out how they're going to communicate and work together. But again, when I start placing down these foundations here on the other side, it kind of gets that look of like this highway's cutting through. It's really fun, and I really like it. And I don't have any builds on the center of the map where all the aluminum stuff is. I have some literally a temporary constructor just making a couple aluminum pieces per minute, and I just go throw some copper up there manually whenever I need for these sheets. And you can see that highway support doesn't really work super well over the void, which is I will be making another support that'll basically add on to this and kind of oh hey, we're dying, and kind of figure out how to make this look pretty good, because over the void is a little tough. But that is about it. 500 hours. There's definitely stuff I haven't shown that, you want some time here and there, like Fixmas stuff and whatnot. But that is my save so far. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and if you liked any of the builds you saw, everything is pretty much on YouTube up to the rocket fuel plant. All the work in progress stuff after that, I don't have any showcase for, obviously, because they're
Go
not
check
done,
out
but
Kyle
everything
builds
is
and
live
give him some
stream.
love.
So on Twitch, I don't play this
Insane.
save really off stream at all, unless I'm recording something. And I try to multi-stream every time that I can, although there have been some times where I have not multi-streamed. But if you want to see this thing built live and see the current state of the...
All right. So we'll have another video that Total Eclipse has put out. Most anticipated factory games of 2025. Haven't watched this. Curious to see, but he sees as the most anticipated games of 2025. So let's get into this.
2025 may be the year for automation games.
Can we identify the games we see here? That one I've seen some of. I don't remember the name of it. Where I saw the ant one, and I saw, yeah, this one. We've played this one. Odd Sparks. Shapes 2. That's a tower defense one, right? Or something similar.
With some exciting new arrivals, as well as other games with planned updates in this niche. And today we're going to cover some of the most anticipated ones. And thanks to Steam Next Fest, a good few of these actually have demos available for you to try. But this list isn't going to be exhaustive, and I'm sure a few games will have...
That factory was giving me anxiety.
Few of these actually have demos available for you to try. But this list isn't going to...
Ugh. I literally had like horror movie shivers running down my spine. I've seen this before, but every single time I see this, I'm like, did Let's Build plan this trailer?
To be exhaustive, and I'm sure a few games
No, not
will
Let's
have
Build,
slipped through the
Let's
cracks
Game It Out.
with this one. So if I have missed any, by all means, please feel free to let me know in the comments below. But we're going to jump straight in with Tower Factory. Now, we mentioned Tower Factory last year, and it was released at the end of 2024, but it has been updated regularly with some big plans for the future coming as well. Now, this tower defense game may seem a little odd in the automation genre, but you'll optimize resource production using conveyor systems while defending against waves of monsters until you can find and destroy the enemy's tower. And you can check out the demo for this game for free right now. But this roguelike tower defense twist to the genre isn't the only one. We also have Shape Hero Factory, which was also released in late 2024, but they do have some big updates coming, including a challenge mode, new bosses, and an updated research tree. Now, in this game, you'll have to use your automation know-how to mass produce heroes to survive waves of enemies. It's an intriguing game with its own charming art style and also with a free demo. Definitely worth checking out. Earlier this month, a new factory game launched, which takes on its own factory game twist. This is Microtopia. It's an insect robot colony game where you produce huge factories as a hive mind. You'll be able to automate and optimize your factories to produce goods and feed your queen.
Like everything I've seen
to grow and expand
on a technical level, it looks
colony.
Good. Visual level,
And if
it's unique.
Insect colonies
it's interesting.
aren't your thing, there's still
But if I'm thinking
plenty
about playing
coming.
it,
And one of the big names in the automation genre is Shapes 2. Though this was released in August last year, they have plenty of updates planned.
What do you do? Say Let's Build. I will buy 64 in the future. It looks pretty abstract, but it's also kind of factory game. Okay, yeah. I want to try the tower defense one. I love tower defense games. and mixing that with like the factory aspect, I love that. Can't go wrong with that.
Plan for 2025 and be.
This one is one of those games that I'm scared to sit down and play because I will not do anything else. And like, I'm not getting good enough performance on them to make videos. But if I did, I'd make 100 videos on this. I'm scared to sit down and play it otherwise because I will not record videos. I will not like eat, sleep, drink. I will just play. I'm terrified of playing Shapes 2 because it is so good. It's so fun.
Beyond. Now, Shapes 2 takes on multi-level factories with a top-down view where you can extract colors and shapes from asteroids and then tackle complicated shapes by splitting, merging, and stacking pieces together in an endless, peaceful playthrough. It's the perfect factory game if you're looking to relax. Oddsbox was also released April last year, but has some big plans for this year ahead. With its roadmap for spring including a new biome, base defense, automation challenges, and the completion of its main story. And that's not all, they are also working on a console release and continued support after. But what about
this game? I feel has really nailed the like cute, unique, cozy adventure energy to it. And one of those games, like, I want to play more. Empress want to play more. They're not going to do well as videos. Like, or rather, on my channel, they don't do well yet. I don't have enough of an audience. People come to watch Satisfactory. If I put out anything else, they don't care. Or not enough people care. Some people care. Not enough people care yet for me to defend being able to make videos out. Sadly, but it's really fun.
the game itself? Oddsparks blends automation and real-time strategy together in a strange fantasy world where you unlock a mysterious power that allows you to create sparks. Now, these little creatures help you automate workshops to produce a variety of items and even turn your sparks into soldiers to help you in your adventures throughout the world. Dawn Apart is also another game that we've mentioned a few times. It is currently in full swing with a closed alpha on the go, and this space, colony, and factory sim features a world that is fully destructible. You're going to be mining resources, automating and arming your facilities to defend your settlers. That being said, the team have recently announced
Dawn Apart. That's interesting. That is one I'm gonna keep my eye on. That looks cool.
that they have a Kickstarter on the go to raise funds for the game to reach their true vision for it. And they're looking to raise £16,000 to support that dream. But do not worry, rest assured they have already secured funding privately to fully develop the game, even if they don't reach their stretch goals. Rise of Industry 2 is the sequel to Rise of Industry, where we set up intricate production.
I feel like that's a redundant statement. Rise of Industry 2 is a sequel to Rise of Industry. Whoa. Blow my mind with that one. I'm just making fun. I love Total Eclipse's videos. His voice is very soothing.
Lines to help grow a business empire. And once again, in Rise of Industry 2, we'll be doing the same, building a company from scratch and navigating the industrial landscape of a 1980s USA. Once again, you'll be tasked with optimizing production chains as well as acquiring new technologies to expand your business network. The sequel also features a brand new look and has a demo available right now for Steamfest. So why not check it out? The top-down factory automation niche may feel quite saturated given all the games that we're going through, but there's one that pulls on the childhood strings of my heart, and that is Block Factory, which also has a demo available and is expected in 2025. Block Factory sees you building 3D figurines block by block, each piece reminiscent of Lego. You'll be able to bring to life your childhood dreams, shaping your models whilst designing and optimizing your factories with multiple levels to play. This is one to wishlist today. Now, a surprising game that crept into my inbox today is Outworld Station. As with the previous games, it does feature a demo currently and is planned for April 2025. This game sees you become a station commander where you are tasked with exploiting alien systems, building a space station, harvesting the resources, and with those resources constructing starships. You'll be able to unlock new technologies and advanced ship manufacturing to take on a hostile universe. Taking a break from the top-down automation games now, we return to the Terraria-like world of AutoForge. Released last year, this has a special delivery update on the way, taking the game from strength to strength with your little mechanical golem, harvesting and automating production chains to upgrade itself. After all, you'll need the best technology possible to protect yourself from all the invasions. Taking a change of pace, we'll be returning to the stars in Spacecraft. This game is planned for an early access release later this year. I recently covered a video on this and I'll put a link to that.
Spacecraft. Ooh. Me when I have to reach the word count for my essay. Yes. The first ever factory game I played was Infinifactory. It's also kind of a puzzle game that was so long ago now, it feels nostalgic to me. Yeah. So here's my question. I'm gonna write down Spacecraft as well. So Outworld Station, Worlds Apart, and Spacecraft. Any of these that pops out that you would like to see me play? Because if it is something that you would like to see me play, put that in chat or in Discord or wherever, because I do want to hear from you guys on what you guys want to see me play, and like see what my impressions of things are. And I am piling up the supporter money so that I can do that. That I can buy games when I need to, and I can
that in the description below. But after Earth has been taken over by a hostile alien force, we escape to the other side of the universe where we have to rebuild together. You'll be able to explore a whole universe, harvesting planets of their resources, and then designing and building ships to help aid you in interplanetary logistics. It's a multiplayer game that I'm very excited to hear more about, and you can expect me to keep you up to date of its development as well.
I'm looking forward to that. I'm very much looking forward to this one. I like the aesthetic, I like the feel of what I see so far. Not just from this, but from other stuff I've seen.
Near its early access launch. Now, one of the biggest names in the space game sphere is Star Citizen, and last year...
I'm sorry, what? Are you adding Star Citizen to a factory in automation list? Games without any real gameplay footage for trailers are interesting, but I'm not really into them only with that. No, of course not. Like, I have seen gameplay with Outworld. I have seen some gameplay with Worlds Apart, and I've seen some gameplay with Spacecraft. One of the reasons, like, I'm putting them on the list is because I know that these are interesting for me based on the gameplay that I've seen.
They announced base building with the hope of releasing its first rendition this year. Alongside its base building, they seem to have some complex manufacturing systems in place, allowing you to create large industrial complexes to harvest resources from the planets you're on and produce everything from weapons to ships. Now, Star Citizen has been in development for over 10 years, and the team has made some incredible.
I can say right away, I am not going to play Star Citizen. I don't like their business practices. For me, games are a equalizer. You shouldn't have to be rich to enjoy a game. And for me, while games themselves are luxury products, if I log into a game, like an MMO or a multiplayer game of some sort, having more money than me shouldn't be what makes you better at the game than me. In my opinion. A Star Citizen is the antithesis of that. So I will not be playing that game. I mean, he's mentioning games that has automation stuff updated.
Progress in that time,
No Man's Sky
but
is
I
way more
remain
fun.
skeptical of the base building release date, and even then
100%.
expect a longer wait before it reaches 1.0. But when that day comes, it'll definitely be worth the wait. On a slightly smaller scale, we have Star Rupture. This game has an
I saw some gameplay with Star Rupture. And while it looks fun as like a play with friends, just woohoo kind of thing, short term fun, I don't think that like Star Rupture actually has like a long-term thing going with it, because it destroys everything. Buying like is intended to destroy everything.
early access release planned in autumn 2025, and the game looks promising. You'll be balancing your time between exploring a strange world as well as defending your factory against bugs reminiscent of Starship Troopers. This could be the perfect blend of Satisfactory's first-person perspective meeting Factorio's wave defense, and it'll be one I hope to play with friends for its launch.
See, that wave that was coming in there is going to destroy a ton of the work that you've done. Like, I'm not building all of the stuff so that random environmental stuff can then come in and wipe it out, so I have to start over. Meh.
And speaking of Satisfactory, after its 1.0 release last year, we've been treated by news of a considerable update in 2025, with 1.1 bringing a handful of new additions. On top of that, the team are hard at work porting the game to console, with its release planned towards the end of 2025, and if that wasn't enough, they're also hard at work on an expansion to the game that many of us fans are waiting to hear more about, but that will no doubt come no earlier than 2026. If, however, you're more...
Here's the thing. I'm kind of in the same boat with Satisfactory getting a 1.1 update and a DLC. Like, I'm excited for it, don't get me wrong. And I will play them, and I will probably love what they do. My problem is that right now, I'm reminded of a factory game in like a cyberpunk style, but I can't remember the name. No idea. Cyberpunk style. I don't know. Foundry? Desynced? But yeah, like the my problem with Satisfactory is that I think that the modding community are making better content for Satisfactory right now than what kind of Coffee Stain Studios can do with their restricted game design philosophy. They have been so diligent in talking about what the game isn't, that unless they start breaking some of those rules, they are incredibly restricted in what they will be adding into the game that are actually expanding on the feature set and mechanics of the game to add new things for us. That isn't just quality of life features like vertical nudging and stuff. So unless they are really looking to break their own rules, which I think they should, the modding community is making better content for Satisfactory right now than what Coffee Stain Studios can do for expansions and like big patch updates and stuff like that. Sadly. And that is because they have been so strict with their game design philosophy in the past. So unless they break that, no. I don't think. Like, I'm gonna play it. Like I said, I'm gonna play it. I'm very likely gonna love it. Coffee Stain Studios is an amazing studio, and like, there's a reason I have 2,000 hours in the game. It's because it's a really good game. I'm gonna keep playing it, but it's very likely that I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna yes, but in the end.
More of a Hydroneer fan, this next one is probably for you. Ourbound has received mostly positive reviews since its release in October last year, and they have major improvements planned for 2025. This game features a voxel world and partners that with factory automation. As a dwarf, you are tasked with locating the elusive Emberstone, and you'll use your knowledge to mine, craft, and automate your way to it. And if you are interested, why not check out their demo now? Another similar factory game is...
I would check out Ourbound. I know I've seen some gameplay. I know I've seen Let's Game It Out play it, and I've seen Real Civil Engineer play it, I think. I'm writing it down. Ourbound.
Automate it. In this, you'll be tasked with overcoming puzzles, designing and building factories in a similar art style to that of Hydroneer, and there is a demo currently available, so check it out before it's released later this year. And finally, we arrive at Farm Folks. This farming sim features a whole world to explore, where you'll be farming resources and setting up production chains whilst you fight phantoms to keep your facility running. A fun approach to the genre, and one that I'm excited to try out myself. And with it coming soon...
It's giving Stardew Valley. It's very much giving Stardew Valley.
We can only hope that it'll be showing itself later this year. If not, I'll be waiting. But guys, I hope you found this breakdown useful. Make sure...
Yeah. So I have 4 games I have written down here. Outworld Station, which is the space game, like you can play 4-player co-op. Worlds Apart, which is the fully destructible world game. Spacecraft, which is just like insanely good looking. Like I said, we didn't see any gameplay here, so can't speak to that. I would have to look that up for you guys. But yeah, Spacecraft I'm really looking forward to. And then Ourbound. We diggy hole. And if any one of those like pops out for you as like, ooh, I wanna see Jack Blade play that, then do tell me in the Discord, like the comment of the VOD, or if I make a clip out of this and I put that as a separate video. Timberborn. Yes, I have that. Let's Timberborn. Born. There, I have that written down now. Yeah. I'm always up to try some games and like see what you guys think I should do. Make a couple of videos. I know they won't be the best performing ones, like it's not gonna happen, but yeah. Hello, Lost in Translation. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, we're just about. You came in literally at the tail end of the video here or the stream, but we have been reacting to a couple of videos. I'm just gonna link the video that we reacted to now. So head on over and give it a like. Oop. Make sure to give some support to Total Eclipse as well. We've been talking about potential like future games that I would be playing on the channel, and we have Outworld Station, Worlds Apart, Spacecraft, and Orebound, and then as an honorable mention, Timberborn. So if any one of those like pops out for you, tell me. I'm annoyed I can't remember the name of the game I'm thinking of. We'll figure it out. Like, we're not, like, it doesn't go silent from here. You can always comment on any of the VODs. You can talk to me in the Discord, of course, Let's Build, you know this. But for everyone else as well. And we will, of course, have more streams. I'm just blown away by everyone's support, and it's been really, really fun hanging out with everyone. Now, I need to go sleep. I've been falling asleep since I woke up this morning, so... do the games you like and put your passion in it. That's the thing. All of these games, like I put them on a post-it note here, all of these games are like, I would easily play these for hundreds of hours, thousands of hours, right? There has to, for me to be able to make a video out of it, I need to, like, I'm passionate about all the games. That's my problem. I can play all the games. My passion is playing the games and like finding the unique thing in them and thinking about them, talking about them and all that kind of stuff, and like just finding those little like nuggets of gold in them. That's my passion. That's the cool thing with them, right? But I also, when I put them as a video, it's like if I put out a Satisfactory video, I have like 1,000 views within the first week at minimum, like as a bad video. And I put out a video on Dyson Sphere program, I have like 200 views after a month. So it's like I also need to marry that with this is my only income stream, pretty much. So sadly, my passion is the games. That's like yes. Oh, you remember Let's Build? Yes. What's the name of the game? I will write it down. I will look it up. I will check it out after I've gotten a good night's sleep. Industries of Titan. Industries. Let's see. Of Titan. I will definitely check that out. And yeah, I also want you guys to be passionate about the games, right? So we can share that passion. That's kind of what I wanted to say. Would not expect a full let's play, but a touch on would be cool. Yeah, that's pretty much what I would be doing with these, because I know that they're not going to perform well. I would be surprised if anything, like if something performs as well as Satisfactory, I would be playing it and making videos of it as much as I'm doing of Satisfactory. That's pretty much it. Like Satisfactory has set a standard for what the channel can perform at, that I have to kind of like reach. My next stream is going to be, like the next planned stream, is going to be Friday, and it starts 6 p.m. Swedish time, or 6 o'clock, and then ends at midnight Swedish time. Hello, Michael Zanetti. You came in just at the tail end. I'm about to end the stream. We've just been talking about like future games to make a little bit of videos about. So we have Outworld Station, Worlds Apart, Spacecraft, Orebound, that we saw from the video that we've been reacting to. And then we have Timberborn, that's an honorable mention, and Let's Build mentioned Industries of Titan, or Titans of Industry. I don't know. Either way, I will look those up, and if they look really, really fun, I'll be playing them, making videos of them, maybe streaming them. That could be fun. Yeah. I would love that. Lost in Translation, I would love to have you here for the stream. Both are good. Yeah, Timberborn I've watched a lot of content of. Like I watched a lot of like a Real Civil Engineer and like other video, like Biffa. I followed Biffa since 2016. Like, yeah, I followed him for a while, so seen a lot of his content. But yeah, I'm basically gearing up, and I want to make sure that I have a bunch of content for you guys, and not just Satisfactory. I want to make sure that I broaden the spectrum a little bit and have a little bit more different games on the channel, both for my sake, because I want to have a little bit of variety, but also so that my viewers, you guys, get used to there being more than one game on the channel, because ultimately I do want to make sure that I don't put all my eggs in one basket, as in like only play Satisfactory and that's the only thing that I have on the channel. Like I want to have a spectrum, but that's gonna take a while. Either way, thanks so much for everyone being here. Really cool that Lost in Translation and Michael showed up in the end. Yeah, like I enjoyed, like I said before, you probably didn't hear that, but I adore all the games that I play. I just want to get in and find those like little gold nugget that makes them unique, because like if all the games have conveyor belts, okay, what makes them special, right? So I want to find that little detail that makes a game good, and just like analyze that part, because I'm really fascinated by the whole concept of like game design, what makes two similar style games play so differently, kind of thing. So it's gonna be really, really fun. Either way, I am heading off. I have been falling asleep since I woke up this morning, and I have a bunch of stuff to do next week, so including a bunch of videos for you guys. Love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Have a great Sunday evening. Bye. Natty natty. Yeah. Good night.